Hello and welcome, friends. Nice to see you. Thanks for joining me here. I'm going to move over because still got set the stool set up from streaming with Sarah the other day. Welcome in. Nice to see you all. Alkali, welcome in. Chuchia Kitten Gecko, nice to see you. Risto, that's a nice butt you got there. Lady Opcost per usual. Nice to see you too. Thank you. So, I'm just busy at work setting up Slay the Spire here. Pretty excited about this game, honestly. I feel like that's what we're going to play today, by the way. In case that wasn't obvious from the title, we're playing Slay the Spire. I feel like this is, if I've ever played a video game that, like, lent itself well to a board game adaptation, this is the one, right? So I'm excited to see how this game works. Yeah, I think so. Having been through the rules, I think it works a lot like the video game does, but just kind of scaled down a little bit. Smaller numbers, same game. I'm getting like that distinct vibe. So anyways, welcome in. Thanks for joining me here today. And let's take a look at this. So Slay the Spire. That was weirdly laggy. We're going to pretend that didn't happen. What's going on here? It looks oddly zoomy-inny. Okay, I gotta adjust the camera here real quick. Because I apparently messed it up. Whoops. Pro streamer, by the way. Anyhow, I'm gonna fix this real quick, and while I do that, we're gonna talk about Slay the Spire. So, oh, it's not even gonna let me do it. That's cool. Okay, you know what? In fact, I'll be right back. One second. All right, let's give this a whirl. I bought myself a little bit more space for my player board and stuff here. I should have been able to control that zoom remotely, but it didn't want to work. I'm gonna have to revise where all these cards are placed because there are a lot of them in this game. Zakoon, welcome in. Nice to see you. So, Slay the Spire, for those of you who do not know, is a deck building roguelite game. And those terms probably don't mean anything to a whole swath of people, but basically that is to say we're going to have a deck of cards that we're going to use for our character here, okay, and our goal is to make it through this area here. This is our map. This is us. We're going to play today. There's 4 characters. We're going to play today as the Ironclad. He's the most straightforward, and the one thing that seems very different about this game is I think that a run in the board game is going to take significantly longer than in the video game. But we're going to play as the Ironclad here, and we're going to work our way through this map with the goal of getting up here and defeating the boss. This is Act 1, and there's 4 acts, 3 that are available to us right now, okay? And it's a deck builder, so we're going to have a deck of cards. This is our starter deck here, and we're going to be able to add to this deck over the course of the game, take cards away from it, that sort of thing. And broadly, there's attack cards, like these ones here, these strike cards. This is an attack card that's going to let us attack somebody for 1 damage. It's going to cost us 1 energy to do so. That's at the top left there. Apologies if these are a little glary. Everything in this game needs to be sleeved for reasons that will become clear later. Some attacks are going to give us special abilities. This one lets us bash somebody. That makes them vulnerable. They're going to take more damage in the future. And then there's skill cards. Our basic deck has a lot of these ones. These skills give us block. They help us avoid damage. And that's kind of all that's really in our basic deck. So we're going to want to expand this over the course of the game. And that's going to work as we go through this map here. So, spots like this one down here, that's like a normal encounter where we're gonna have a fight with an enemy, okay? There's some that show a question mark. That's gonna give us like an event. Some of these events, at least in this video game, are also fights. Some of them are, most of them are decisions. We're gonna have, there's a lot of risk and reward in this game, right? That like enlarged camera is so dang cool. Well, thank you. Seth, welcome in. Nice to see you. Card cam is fire. Awesome. Yeah, I tweaked the card cam a bit. And yes, Risto, this is just like the video game. So as part of setup, I put out all these tokens on this Act 1 board. I got to flip these over. They were randomized. I don't know where they're at. This one here, that's an elite enemy. So harder fight, but with better rewards. Okay. If we come to the little bag o' money, that lets us go shopping, where we can purchase cards, or we can even remove cards from our deck. If you're familiar with the video game, it works the same way. You can remove at most 1 card per visit to the shop. It is totally viable to have a thin deck in this game. It's also viable to have like a bajillion cards. You know, we get to decide as we go. And that's kind of one of the like key aspects of roguelite games, is that you're expected to play, experiment, fail, and try again. That's just the way it works. I've played Slay the Spire, the video game, a lot. I'm reasonably okay at it. I'm not an amazingly good Slay the Spire player. We can talk about difficulty in a little bit here. But like the idea is that you try new things and you die, and there's permadeath. So you die, you start over, right? You get 1 try, you die, that's it. So that's how we're going to play this today as well. It's kind of the name of the game here, really. So we're going to try and work our way up to the boss. The boss is here. We've got the slime boss. Okay. He's slimy, right? We got the Hexaghost, which in my opinion of the Act 1 bosses in the video game is the worst by a lot. And we've got the Guardian, okay? So these are our bosses that we're going to try and work our way towards. We're going to randomize this. We're going to shuffle this up and pick one. Death early and often, on brand. It is on brand, Allison. It totally is. You never get past the first boss? Really? I find that surprising. So something that's exciting about this is we have been playing this a lot, my daughter and I. I knew the board game, like I kickstarted this a while ago, and the board game, it arrived. I introduced my eldest daughter to the video game at that time so that she could kind of give that a try and see what it was like. And I think she's been enjoying it a lot, grinding it out. She hasn't beaten the Act 3 boss yet, but she's well on her way. So, getting there. All right. So what else do we need to do to get this set up? This is my starter deck. I'm going to give this a shuffle. And I actually have to shuffle a bunch of other decks. That's the one thing that I will say. Immediate misgiving about this game. Well, maybe I'll show you this. So our starter deck is full of pretty basic cards. This is one of the kind of the only like advanced card in the deck, or well, one of 2. So it does 2 damage, gives them 1 vulnerable. So every future hit is going to do more damage. Costs us 2 of our 3 starting energy. But the reason that all the cards are sleeved is because this guy, if I pull it out of the sleeve and flip it over, they can all be upgraded. Okay, so Bash can become Bash Plus. And then Bash Plus, you'll recall Bash did 2 damage. Well, Bash Plus does 4. Okay, so every game in the deck is sleeved. Also, we might acquire like debuffs, status effects that damage us, or curses, which are cards that just sort of, most of them just fill our deck and take up space. Some of them also have like end of turn effects that are negative, things like that. Also, I just want to say, it makes me unbelievably irrationally angry when I have to flip this over. What I want to do is pull this out and turn it over, but then it's upside down. So I have to take it out of the sleeve and flip it vertically. And I don't know why, but that's an absolute tilter. I think that takes 1 out of 10 off my rating for this game. It needs to flip on the long edge, not the short edge. That's unacceptable. So anyways, I'm going to give my deck a shuffle here. And I do have to shuffle a bunch of other decks that belong here, okay? So I'm going to do that as we go. in the board game here, there's a first encounter deck. We're going to use this for literally the spot that we start the game on. It's always a normal fight, and it's presumably a bunch of weaklings in this first encounter deck. So I'm just going to leave that out. We then have like the, you know, actual encounter deck for the rest of the act. So Act 1, 2, and 3 are kind of set in different locales. We're going to encounter different enemies as we go through them, and generally they're going to get harder, right? So we'll see how long we last. Okay, so that's our normal fights. This is our summon deck that goes right here. So this deck is full of other enemies. These ones we specifically don't shuffle because we're going to pull these out. I hope they're alphabetical, but I don't think they are because that would be too easy. But we're going to pull them out when called for. In certain encounters, the enemies are going to bring their friends. These are our elite guys, so they got the horns. If we opt into an elite fight, we're going to fight one of these guys. These ones are harder than other fights. If you are familiar with the video game, you know, these will all be recognizable, but the Gremlin Knob can go straight to hell. I don't love that encounter. I know how to do it. I know what you like. I know everything about it. I just don't like the way it's designed. Anyways, so we're going to give these 2 cards a shuffle. Oh, that flip orientation is slightly uncomfy. It is slightly uncomfy. It's just like, I got to say, I don't know why, but I find that I'm super particular about like really dumb shit like that. Like I have to flip the card on the long or short edge. It makes like no practical difference. I'm still flipping the card, but it's the exact sort of thing that I'm going to get wrong the first like 40 times until I do it the weird way that they have it set up here. And then I'm probably going to still occasionally get it wrong here and there. And it's like, it just feels weird and I don't like it. It makes me irrationally angry, 100%. One thing that doesn't make me irrationally angry about this game is it came with an absolute ton of forbidden candy. This is something we haven't talked about on stream for a little while, so let's talk about it now. We are collecting forbidden candy, silica desiccant, and we are putting it in this jar way back here. Let's take a look how full it is. It's getting there. It's getting there. So we're filling this up with all the desiccant we get, and when this is full, we're gonna have like a nice community day, do some fun giveaways, all that sort of stuff. Probably as part of a marathon stream. I think I got conned into that at some point. So 6 or 7 packets is a disproportionately high amount, so it gets us a little closer to our goal there. The jar. Gremlin Knob is annoying, not necessarily hard, just annoying. I agree wholeheartedly. I don't think I mean, there's times where, you know, certain characters struggle with Gremlin Knob more, but it's just sort of fundamentally, I don't like the encounter. It's like, you know, I play a lot of League of Legends, or used to anyways, and sometimes you just sort of like stat check somebody, where it's like, oh, you have higher stats than them, well, you're gonna win. And that feels like a bit of a stat check kind of fight, you know? Anyways, hopefully Gremlin Knob just won't show up, because he also makes me irrationally angry, okay? And then we've got our little like event deck here. This is our final one. So, this one, oh, was there an elite in there that I missed? I think I saw one. There was. Whoopsies. That would be a travesty. So this deck is for any time we go to a question mark thing. Let's just take a look at one of these. Big fish. All right. Objects float before you. Which do you choose? You can, unlike the video game, you can play this with up to 4 players. So we're going to obviously play solo today, but in this case, I could pick either a banana, donut, box, or restraint. Don't take any of them and gain the respective reward. Now, these cards, that one was kind of just, here, get something. A lot of them are going to have us make trades where we're going to have to, for instance, gain something but add a curse card to our deck, or lose some health in order to get a reward. So we'll get there. Shuffling like 3 cards. Every time I shuffle some tiny amount of cards, it makes me think of my favorite thing ever that happened on Board Game Geek, which was this, there's this thread where people are kind of arguing essentially about can you shuffle a single card? And it's the most pedantic, it's exactly as pedantic as it sounds. It's a stupid thing to argue about. And it's like hundreds of posts long, and people are really like, they are opinionated about us if a single card can be shuffled. I would say the pragmatic part of me would say you can go through the act of shuffling, but if you know the outcome, it's not shuffled, right? But others would disagree. So, all right. So I don't know if this is okay. This is like just in the frame down here. That'll work. I'm not sure exactly. We'll see how we're going to do the combats and stuff. So the one thing I didn't mention is that over the course of the game, we will be gaining like different items. Not a ton, but there are relics. These relics you generally would gain every time you visit like a chest spot on the map. So like one of these. There's also boss relics that you get only when defeating a boss. These I also have to shuffle. Everything needs to be shuffled because it's fresh, but like we can gain a relic, and unlike upgraded cards or things like that, relics don't go in our deck, and they give us like a permanent change to how our run is going to go. They give us some sort of ability or effect. Like here, you know, if we have the golden idol at the end of combat, we're going to gain 1 money every fight for the rest of the game. So those give us like permanent buffs. Can you shuffle a 1-song playlist? I believe in Act 3 on the first run, not for me. I don't know about in the board game. I have no idea what the relative difficulty of this is going to be like compared to the video game. And honestly, it feels just familiar enough that I think I'm going to like be overconfident and screw up, right? It just means you have to rip it up to shuffle the single card. Also viable. That you could definitely do, right? I feel like Alkali, if you can shuffle 1 card, like if there was a person that I had to ask that I would expect would have an opinion on that, I feel like you would be on that list for me. That's meant as a compliment. I feel like, I just think that that's something that you would like, you would think about. All right, so I'm going to keep the relics up there. I didn't really shuffle that very well, but like whatever, it'll be fine. And I'm going to put the boss relics up there as well. So in addition to relics, we can also gain potions. Now, potions are these guys here. Any of the small cards don't go in our deck, right? So these guys sit outside our deck. We can have up to 3, and they are like one-time use things. So we can, this would allow us to gain a strength, and then we would lose that strength at the end of the turn. So strength buffs our attacks. We would play a bunch of attacks, and probably kill somebody, right? But once we've used it, it's gone. My opinion was pretty much exactly what you said. You can do the act of shuffling, but it isn't a shuffled deck. Yeah, exactly. Demon form, yes. I would say that, you know, with the video game, I think the most straightforward way to win for the first time is just play the guy we're playing, this dude, the Ironclad, and get demon form. And if you have demon form in your hand, always play it. And that's what I would say is the most straightforward way to win for the first time, basically. Demon form gives you additional strength at the start of every turn, and you just sort of scale infinitely and tend to win. All right, so what else have we got here? The card rewards. Oh, yes, I saved the best for last. Okay, so when we're after each combat, we'll gain some rewards. Usually you have the opportunity to gain a card. You typically pick from 3 cards. This is the card reward deck. There's a different deck for each player. And it's a lot of cards, and I gotta shuffle them. So that sucks. There's also a rare rewards deck, which is the same thing, but they're better. One of my nut runs, I had a relic that gives me confusion. I got free demon form so many times. That sounds, I feel like confusion is the sort of thing that I would be not very willing to take. Like I wouldn't want a relic that gives me confusion. Confusion it randomizes the cost of your cards, which makes me wonder if probably confusion might be something that doesn't exist in the board game. That would be really hard to implement. Key differences for those of you who are familiar with the video game. There's no hand limit. So in the video game, what is it, 12, 14? It's quite a generous hand limit anyway, but there's no hand limit at all here. So if you have like, you know, a million card draw, you could potentially draw your whole deck, you know, but sleeved cards, I'm gonna have to shuffle these differently. I don't generally like card sleeves. Anyways, so there's no hand limit. All of the abilities are very scaled down. And I believe that things like vulnerable and weak don't get removed at the end of combat and persist for the next fight. But I'll have to double check, honestly. It was a loss. You lost with free demon form? That feels impossible. I mean, I guess maybe, you know, you randomized it and it cost 5 one time or something. It wasn't necessarily always free. Okay, so we're going to put our normal rewards here and our much more practical to shuffle rare rewards beside it. And then I think we're basically ready to go. I'm going to quickly just zip through the setup rules, make sure I didn't miss anything. I know we start with $2 and a dream. But let me just confirm that I didn't miss anything else. Oh, we have to resolve Niao's blessing. We'll do that in a second here. Okay. But I think that's it. It basically specifically tells us you're gonna lose. So let's keep that in mind. Okay. So what was the one thing I wanted to check? When combat ends, do we lose our stuff? I think no. It doesn't actually say in like the end of combat thing. Oh no, I'm wrong. Reset player board. Lose all tokens except for gold. Okay. Well, I swear I picked that up. Maybe I was on a boss or something. I don't know. Whatever. We'll figure it out as we go. Okay. So, let's take a look here. So our position on the board is marked by this little boot here. We're gonna do this. We're gonna resolve this first encounter. Okay. So this is we always basically do a fight, and then we choose a path on the map to pursue based on whether we want to do more fights, less fights, whatever. Now, our Ironclad here, we're like a soldier, okay, kind of archetype. We have lots of attacks in our deck, lots of defense, and kind of nothing else really special going on. Strength, we have a lot of cards that allow us to use strength multiple times. Strength buffs your attacks, so they do more damage. Dexterity buffs your block. We have a lot of cards that say like gain extra, like strength applies 3 times, or things like that. Okay, we also heal 1 HP at the end of combat. Okay? You got judged. I wonder what Judgment Plus is. It's 40 HP. Judgment is my favorite card in the deck. You just set somebody's HP to 0 as long as they're below a certain threshold. Alright, so our special ability is that we heal 1 HP. Now, in the video game, you have like, I don't know, 80 health. We have 10, okay? But I think an important part of playing the Ironclad successfully is we have to min-max a little bit and use our health as a resource. If we're at 10, well, there's probably a way we could have played, you know, done something to get down to like 7 or 8 or whatever, so that we're actually gaining that HP back and taking harder fights, things like that, in order to get more rewards. The easiest way to lose at Slay the Spire is you go and you do all of these, you resolve all these event spots on the board, right? And then you have like, you have like a really weak deck and you don't scale and you just lose in Act 3. Happens. Okay, so we start with 3 energy. We draw 5 cards from our deck. And we are going to, this is a solo, well, it's not only solo, but we're going to roll the die here. Okay, we rolled a 4, which allows us to gain 1 block. That is a solo mode. We start with this loaded die relic. So there's a lot of relics, it looks like, that are going to trigger on a die roll. It's a good way of randomizing in the board game. This one on a 4 or a 5, we gain a 1 block. On a 6, we can trigger any die relic ability. So currently that would just be this one, but maybe we'll get more later. And then the 4, we only roll it once, but anything else that's determined by a die roll, we would use that result, that 4. Okay. Heavy Blade, it's super OP with Demon Form. Totally. There is a Heavy Blade in our deck, I am sure. Let's take a look at what we got. We got 1 defend card. No, 2 defends and 3 strikes. Almost everything in our deck, 10 out of the 12 cards we have are defend or strike. They cost 1. Defend gives us block. Strike, we attack with. Imagine that. So we got none of our cool cards in our initial hand here. Okay. But we are going to do our first encounter, which interestingly isn't actually referenced on here. So I believe we flip out 1 enemy per player kind of beside them. Let's just go through this turn kind of pedantic kind of way, just in case I don't want to make some weird assumption, you know. Put 1 enemy in each player's row. There you go. So our first encounter, what enemy did we get? We got a cultist. All right. So, oh, that is really unfortunate. The placement of this is like exactly, maybe I'm going to just slide over everything a little bit just so that every card I play in that slot isn't covered by the cam there. Okay, so the cultist here, we can see up at the top left, those are the rewards we get. Okay, so we would earn 1 money and draw a card, add a card to our deck at the end of combat. He's got 1 attack and 1 strength, and like some of the enemies are going to have a variety of things down here, and they're going to make different choices as they go based on die rolls or whatever. This guy just does the same thing every time, right? So that's it. I want to check real quick if I'm missing something, like a board. No, I don't think so. All right. So the player always takes their turn first. So I think in this case, we're going to put a cube on our friend here. Indicate that he has 9 HP. Okay. I wish these cards weren't all a little bit bent so that they rotate, but they are. Live in a super dry place, everything. I take a board game out of the box and like you can watch it warp. It's awful. I'm gonna let this ad run out before we start here. But basically, the cultist is really simple. So he's got 9 HP. He's going to attack us and I think gain a strength. Not that he has a strength, but rather that he gains one. That would be true to the video game. Okay, so Oh, wow. We can see all of the cards in this reference thing? Oh, holy schmoly. That's cool. Okay, so what are we going to do here? Well, we gained 1 block from our relic, right? So we have 1 block. We're going to block his 1 attack. We don't really care too much about that. So we don't have to do it. We don't have to use any of our defend cards. So we're simply going to play 3 strike cards, right? We're going to use our 3 energy, 1, 2, 3, and deal 1, 2, 3 damage. So he'll be down to 6 health. We're not going to play these cards. We're out of energy, so we cannot. But we do have 1 block anyway from our relic. And we're going to discard all of those cards. Our cultist friend here is going to attack us for 1. That would eliminate our block. He's then going to gain a strength. So now, every strength he has, he attacks for more. So this coming round, he will attack us instead of 1, but for 2. Okay? In the game turn, every turn. Yeah, totally. Everything is like scaled down, right? It's like instead of 80 health or whatever, or 85, we have 10, right? So everything's just smaller numbers, right? We'll see how that kind of plays out. But that was essentially like that was essentially like a turn, right? So now we're going to draw our next 5 cards. We have a 10 card deck. So it is a little deterministic. We know what's in here. We know we've got our bash. Do we not start with heavy blade? I thought we did. That's one thing I had to sleeve. I convinced Martina to help me sleeve all these cards. I could have sworn I saw a heavy blade, but maybe it wasn't in the starter deck. You know? I don't know. I'm going to take a quick look in the box just to make sure that I haven't missed anything. There is a little bit of variability from character to character. They have different, like a different sized starter deck. Nope, I got it all. I guess no heavy blade. Hey, if only I had a huge reference of all the cards. Starter deck is just bash, defend, and strike. That's it. All right, cool. So we are going to take 2 damage this turn. But he's going to gain a strength, which sucks, right? Because if he gains a strength, we're in a rough spot. We also have to roll the die here. We got a 5, so we're going to gain another block. That's huge for us, actually, because that means we can block his attack with just a single defend card. So it's sort of... We can't do enough damage to kill him. Oh, maybe we can. He has 6. Okay, so we can almost kill him. So the way this would work, let's talk about our options here, okay? So we have this bash card. It applies a vulnerable. The way vulnerable works in the card game, or the board game here, is that he would take double damage from the next attack following that, but then the vulnerable goes away. Normally, it would be like per round in the video game, but here it's like per attack, and it's a little bit more effective. Gah, gah. Yeah, exactly. So we have 3 energy to spend. We could spend a bash and a strike, and we'll do 4 damage. He'll be left with 2, but then he'll hit us for 2. We have 1 block. We will take a damage that way. If we wanted to avoid the damage, we could play a defend and 2 strikes. We'll only do 2 damage. But we're going to do what we talked about. We can realistically kill him next turn. And if we can't kill him, we won't take any damage. So we're actually going to play these. We're going to spend our 3. We're going to hit him for 2 and apply a vulnerable. Okay? And then we're going to hit him for 1, which does double and removes that vulnerable. So that, I'm going to actually keep a couple of these handy a little closer maybe. Vulnerable and weak get used a lot. So we're going to do 4 damage. And then we're going to discard our hand here. Okay, and he will attack us for 2. 1 gets blocked. No. We want that overhead cam. 1 gets removed by our block, and then 1 is going to reduce our health by 1. And we don't actually care about that because we're going to heal at the end of this combat anyway, right? We're going to heal 1. So he also gains another strength. So he has 2 health and 3 strength. So he's going to hit us for 3 this time. So the good news is we go first. So we're just going to kill him before he does it. Oh, interesting, because in the game it's 50% on all attacks, but just double damage on the next is a clean way of preventing the need for mathing math and partial damage. Yes, I agree entirely, because there's no like need to worry about like weird rounding errors. Because in the game, you can get like, you know, vulnerable does plus 50, and then there's things where you can get like, oh, you know, you get a relic and now it does 75 instead of 50, 75%. And then it's like, oh, well, you know, I'm attacking him for 7, so what's 75% extra or whatever. We just don't have to deal with that by just straight up doubling it. I think it's a good approximation, right? All right, so we just only needed to have like at least 2 strikes or something. But on principle, we're just going to bash him in the head and he's going to die. We're not going to roll our die. It doesn't matter. We know we win this combat. He's dead. Everyone's happy. The crowd goes wild. We'll keep those strength tokens handy somewhere too, somewhere close by. So we're going to gain a money and draw a card. We also heal 1 because that's our ability, right? And that was our easy encounter at the start of the deck. So let's just make sure we do the end of combat correctly, since we haven't actually done it before. So end of combat abilities, we gain the rewards, which we'll do in a sec. We reset our deck, our player board, get rid of the enemies, and that's that. So our rewards, I think we're just like the game. We're going to gain a money, and then we shuffled up our card reward deck. So we got $3, and we shuffled up this card reward deck. So we're going to flip out 3 of these, and we get to choose 1 to add to our hand if we want to. So we can, maybe I'll flip these out. Maybe I'll use that card can. Can I fit 3 cards? This is the question. Not without one being extremely reflective because of how the lighting setup is done. Okay, so we could do Burning Pact. We exhaust 1 card in our hand. Exhaust removes it for the rest of combat. And we get to draw 2 cards at a cost of 1. I don't love that at this point in time. We can gain a strength at the cost of HP with Rupture. I don't know why that one really wants to be reflective. The stupid sleeves. Or True Grit, my least favorite card in the Ironclad deck. Give 1 armor to any player, exhaust a card in your hand. Now, exhausting isn't strictly speaking bad. We could exhaust curses often, or you could exhaust a card that you're not going to really need for that combat. Maybe you have too much defense in your deck and you want to get rid of a defense card so you're more likely to draw attacks. I don't know. But I think we're going to pick Rupture. You hate True Grit. Now you want to play Slay the Spire more. I agree. Okay, so we take our the cards we didn't pick. They go on the bottom here. We added that other card to our deck. We gained our money, and that's how combat works. So we're going to be doing that again and again and again until we either defeat all of the bosses, the boss at the end of Act 3, or die. My money's on die. I don't think I've ever taken True Grit willingly. Yeah, there's times where I've thought about doing like, I've had the intent at the start where it's like, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to take every opportunity to like gain curses, and then I'm just going to find ways to remove them from my deck or exhaust them or whatever. And like every time I try to be like remotely intentional about that just to see what happens, it's like I never gain a curse the whole run. So, you know, I don't know. I think exhausting is, you know, yeah, True Grit is hard to use effectively, I think. The Ironclad's all about like, I'm going to hit you in the face. And that has like a level of, the True Grit has like just a little bit of elegance needed that I don't want to have to think about when playing Ironclad. Okay, so we have to go to an event next, right? Like, we're going to an event. But, whoopsies, we can like decide what path we want to go on. So if we go on the left here, we'll get more events, and then we'll have an opportunity to fight an elite potentially. If we go on the right here, we have an opportunity to rest. Rest lets us upgrade cards or heal, but not both, okay? Or we could come down the middle path here and go shopping. Now, I don't know the way the cards work. Common cards all cost 2. Rare cards all cost 3. And then the super rare cards cost 6. So we could get, you know, a relic. All the relics also cost 3. We got $3. So shopping's like viable. We could go for a shop, but I'd rather go kill an elite, I think. So, I don't know. What do we think? Let's shop later when we've got more money. Let's go on the leftmost path here. Let's go fight this guy and just see what happens. Okay? I just think demon form. Yeah, you would. Okay, so we're going to move our cute little boot. Also, the boot is an extremely good relic, in my opinion, for the Ironclad. Anyway, I don't know if it exists in the game, but we got a boot right here. So we're going to go to the event here. We're going to draw one of our Act 1 event cards. And we got the Ominous Forge. Inside a small hut, you find a forge. The tools are covered with dust, but a fire roars in the furnace. Do we rummage? We gain a relic and roll the die with a 50% chance of gaining a curse, or do we upgrade a card at the cost of 2 HP? The only card we have that I would be excited about upgrading, we could maybe upgrade Bash. Like, we can look through our deck here. So, let's see. If we upgrade our Rupture, let's see what an upgraded Rupture looks like. I don't actually know. This sleeve just happens to be the one in the whole game that's really creased weirdly. Upgraded Rupture is free. Rupture Plus is 0 cost for gaining a strength at the cost of 1 HP. So that would mean we would be able to Rupture and then still play like 2 or 3 attacks. That's cool. I just did the long edge, short edge thing. Curse, let's do it. Okay, fine. That's what I want to do anyway. I just wanted to consider my options. Okay, so let's gain a relic and then see if we get a curse. Okay, the Ominous Forge. So when we gain a relic, we just take the top relic of the deck. We get what we get. We don't get upset. We got... Oh my god, this is the best relic in the game. We got self-forming clay. I love this. I love self-forming clay in the video game. It's only once per combat. Okay, this is way less sexy than self-forming clay in the video game. In the video game, every time you take unblocked damage, you gain 3 block at the end of the turn with self-forming clay. So you get like, if you take any damage, you're kind of good for the next turn typically. This is a little less sexy, but whatever. It's the one we got. We get what we get. It's still good. 3 block at a random time of our choosing once per combat. Or not a random time, a specific time of our choosing is not a bad thing. Now let's see if we get a curse. So we're going to roll the die. 1 to 3, we get a curse. We rolled a 5. That's remarkable. I don't know what's happening here. That makes me feel... The ominous part of that feels like, you know, I feel like we lose on stream here. We don't not get curses. What the hell's going on? Boo! I wanted a curse. Snecko Eye? Oh, yeah. All right. So, we're going to another event, obviously, because we have to just continue down our little path here, and the next one, well, it's an event. So that's the one we're doing. So, what do we got? We had the Ominous Forge, and now we have a wing statue. You notice an intricate, large blue statue resembling a wing. You find gold spilling from its cracks. Maybe there is more inside. Do we pray to remove a card at a cost of 2 HP, or do we gather the gold and simply gain 2? So I think removing cards, having a thin deck, is extremely, extremely valuable. But we don't know the difficulty curve really, and I think we're just gonna take the gold. We're gonna sissy out, we're gonna take the gold. Alkali, have a good lurk. You think we should remove? What would we take out of our deck, Gecko? What would we take out of our deck? You give me a compelling argument. Like, we could remove a strike or something, or a defend, but we really haven't, like, the only thing we've gained gives us strength. So like, we could get rid of a defend card, and that's like about it. I don't know. I think if this came up any other time, I would do it. But I'd rather have fine. Let's do it. Let's just get rid of a card. Let's get rid of a defend card. Right? Because then we can keep bashing people in the face. Let's see. What's the ratio here? Do we have the same number of defends and strikes? We have 4 defends and we have 5 strikes. Let's keep our defend. We'll get rid of a strike. It's not exhausted. It's out. And we lose 2 HP for the pleasure. I don't know if I feel like I'm gonna regret that. Let's go. You got rid of the defend? No, I took a strikeout. I decided that strike was the way. Because we have fewer defend cards in our deck, and we know that most of the cards that we can add to our deck don't give us armor. So if we remove all of our armor, then we're just like hoping we don't fight somebody who attacks hard. And we're gonna find that stupid gremlin knob. I know it. So. Oh, come on. Whatever you. I'm not gonna let you make me make bad decisions, Gecko. All right, normal encounter. So this is a like actual Act 1 encounter, not the first guy. Okay, we got the jaw worm, right? So, I should put it over here. So the jaw worm. Here, let's take a look at this quickly. This jaw worm has a little bit of like logic, right? So same rewards. He starts at 10 HP instead of 9, but instead of just having a single thing that he does, we have a list here, right? Now, the good news is that it is like deterministic. In the video game, you can see enemies' intent. You can see whether they're going to attack you, whether they're going to block, they're debuff you, whatever. And we put this guy out, we reset all of our stuff, and then we roll the die. So we know what he's going to do before we choose what to do with our cards. So we rolled a 1. He's going to attack us for 3 and gain 1 block. That block will be for his next round. He doesn't get it yet. And we do not get our loaded die. So this is a turn where we're going to be happy if we see some defend cards. Especially because we're going into this elite and we just lost 2 HP because I was convinced to thin my deck. Utter anger. Wow, okay, Jesus. All right, well, we got 2 defend cards and the rupture, right? Where we lose an HP to gain some strength. So we're gonna lose some. We're losing some HP here, no matter what, right? You know what? Let's cheese this out. Let's use our rupture. That's gonna cause us to gain a strength. Okay, so our strength is now. All of our attacks do +1 damage, but we lose 1 HP. However, that means we can, once per combat, we can use our self-forming clay. If we lost HP this combat, which we have, we can use our self-forming clay. We now have 3 block. And that means that we can still smash this guy in the face, right? Oh, maybe that's what the significance was of the vulnerable. Let me double check here. I think things like vulnerable don't, like, wait, they would normally stay... No, they would decrease every round, right? Like you'd have 1 vulnerable and the next round there would be 0. I think they stay at the end of every round. Yeah, I think so. Because on their turn, we remove their block, but we don't do anything to remove their other stuff, like weak or whatever. All right. I think that was what I was, getting weird about. Do I remove weak, vulnerable, and poison tokens at the end of the round? Nope. Okay, cool. So, this guy has 10 HP. So, oh yeah, strength doesn't, but vulnerable would vulnerable or weak or poison or something like that would decrease, right? So we've spent 1 energy. We have 2 left. So we could either strike twice. No, we can't actually strike twice. Never mind. We have 2 defend cards. We don't need any more block. We got 3. We don't want to only strike. We're going to use our last 2 to bash. So instead of hitting him for 2 damage, we'll hit him for 3 because of our strength. And he'll gain a vulnerable. So our next hit will be double damage. And that feels okay. That feels okay. We used up our relic. We discard our cards. He would lose any armor he has right now, which is none. He's going to attack us for 3. We got 3 block. We're fine. And then he's going to gain 1 armor. So he has a vulnerable, but also 1 armor going into next turn with 7 health. Okay. Hey, look at that. We got exactly 10 cards because we added 1 and removed 1. So we know what we got. It's very deterministic. We rolled a 5, so we gain a block. And he is going to gain 2 block and a strength at the end of this turn. So he's not going to hit us. So this is our opportunity to forget these defend cards exist and open up with a number of strikes, right? So our first strike is going to cost us 1 energy. And we're going to hit him for, normally it would be 2. 1 extra for our strength, but he has vulnerable, so we're going to hit him for 4. Now, his armor will block 1 of those. So we're going to hit him for 3 damage with our first attack. The vulnerable will go away. I should keep some of these block tokens close too. What? I'm just going to move this entire tray close where I can reach it. What a wild idea. I don't know why that didn't occur to me before. Put it in this big empty space right here. Okay. And then our next strength will not do double damage, but it will, it'll do 2 because of our next strike, rather. We'll do 2 because of our strength, so he's now down to 2 health. And then our final strike will do 2 damage, and we've eliminated the Jawworm. See ya, nerd. So we gain our rewards, which was 1 coin and a card from our normal card deck here. We can get Iron Wave, which is a great kind of it's always nice to have card. Metallicize, which can be extremely useful as well, or Heavy Blade. All right. So Heavy Blade, 2 damage, 2 energy to spend to play it, 3 attack, and each strength adds +3. So if we had used that last time with vulnerable, Heavy Blade could do 12 damage if we have 1 strength. This probably synergizes best with the fact that we have Rupture because it gains more from strength. I like both of these cards. Metallicize and Iron Wave are both great cards to get, but we're going to take the Heavy Blade. Because we've just decided we are going to punch people in the face as often as possible. All right, now we heal 1 at the end of combat. We've got our self-forming clay available again. And we're ready to continue over here on the map. So we can either take a normal combat or, you know, what we came for here and go see what this elite has in store for us. There is a 100% chance that's the stupid goblin, but our deck is actually really well set up for him anyway. Because the trick with the goblin is punch him in the face. Or gremlin. I said goblin. Gremlin Knob. We found him as expected. Here he is. What a dickhead. Okay, so the Gremlin Knob. Let's take a closer look at this. Okay, Gremlin Knob. We earn $2, a relic, and a card at the end of this one. This is his HP. Because we are playing on solo mode, he will have 14 HP. And, yeah, he's gonna be at his first round. He gains enraged for the rest of combat, and then he spends the rest of combat punching us in the face. Where every time we play a skill, we take a damage. Now that's not as bad actually. In the video game, he gains strength every time you play a skill. So if you try to defend, he just gets stronger, and basically you just have to punch him in the face until he's dead, right? Oh, hey, you know what? I totally forgot about a very important thing. I didn't take my starting card. We're just gonna retcon that because we should have done it. The three-eyed whale here, who's weirdly creepy and uncomfortable, gives us an option at the start. We gain 3 money and a card, and then we pick one of these other things, and I didn't remember to do it. Right? This is Niao's Blessing. I totally forgot about it. When we have 10 HP, it might still be bad. It's true, losing 1 every time. Okay, so we're going to retroactively do this thing. We gain 3 money. We're actually rich. We probably would have went the shopping way instead. We gain a card, which I think works the same way, where we always reveal 3 and choose one to pick. We got Sentinel and 2 pommel strikes. Sentinel is 2 armor. If it's exhausted, we gain 2 energy. We don't have a way to exhaust cards. This is in the way. Whoops. So we're just taking a pommel strike. Pommel strike is 2 damage and draw a card. Define card. Only costs 1. It's like strike, but better. It replaces that strike that we had earlier with a better card. Curse, 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 curse. We can't see the card choices. Yeah, sorry. Thanks for that follow, Doppelgamer. All right, which is a kind of clever name that I didn't realize how clever it was until I said it out loud. I like that. All right, so we can remove a card from our deck, thin it a little further. We can gain 3 potions, or we can gain $5, a card, and a curse. I mean, we would be absolutely loaded if we gain $5, right? It's an option. I don't know. You know you want the curse. You just want me to gain a curse. I don't know how bad the curses are in the board game version of this. I think there are these ones over here. Let's take a quick look. Oh, regret, unplayable, and retain. So you keep it in your hand. That sucks. Parasite, unplayable. If this card is removed from your deck, lose 2 HP. Pain, unplayable. End of turn. If 2 or fewer cards are in your hand, lose an HP. I don't know. I don't know. Let's take the curse. Let's do the curse. We're gonna do that guy. All right, $5. A card. And a curse. All right, so yeah. I like how I'm being encouraged to make questionable choices. I love it. So we've got Carnage. So Carnage here, let me just fix that. Carnage is ethereal. That means we have to play it, or it gets removed, it gets exhausted, it gets removed for the rest of combat. It also does 4 damage for 2, which is good, but, you know, like 4 damage is a lot, to be honest. But the thing that sucks about it is you're obligated to play it, or it gets exhausted, and then you never see it again in that combat, right? Alternatively, we could Clash. So this costs us 0. It says, can only be played if every card in your hand is an attack. So it's a free 3 damage for 0 cost, but only if every card is an attack. I like Clash a lot. It synergizes the fact that we're just taking attacks and nothing else. Or we've got Body Slam, which is like anti-synergy, right? It does attack equal to our block. We don't have a lot of opportunity to get block. So I think we're taking the Clash. And we're just going to find ways to always have nothing but attack cards and hit people in the face with it. All right, and now we get to see... Clash is fun. Yeah, I like it. Because often with Clash, you know, you play around it. You're going to block a little bit anyway. You play out your defense, and then you have nothing, and you get a free 3 attack. Feels like a lot in this particular game. So, okay, let's see what we get for a curse. I shuffled up the curse deck. I'm going to shuffle it some more, just so we see. All right. That was a terrible shuffle. Thank you, Sleeves. All right, what do we get? It better not be regret. Fucking regret. Hey, look, it's exactly what I have. It's exactly what I have because I took this. Unplayable, retain. So retain means it stays in your hand. So this just effectively, as soon as I pick it up, it effectively reduces my hand size to 4. I love regret. I have many. I have many regrets. Okay, so we're going to use the little boss health tracker here for this one. So he starts at 14. I guess we don't actually have to put a cube on that. We know it's 14. And he has 10 and 14 health. Let's see if we can be lucky enough to gain regret in the first draw. Like if we're, you know, we got to have enough cards here that it might be our 3rd turn by the time we experience that regret. But there's a very real chance that it in fact just comes out on the first turn, and I really don't like Alkali in that case. All right, I want to make sure I understand the way that this proceeds. I believe this means for his first turn he gains Enraged, and then he does that for the rest, but let's make sure that that's right. Okay, yep. So this is like a little list here where we're gonna have a cube on it, okay? And he's gonna do the action beside the cube, and then we're gonna move it down. And some of these would have multiple like red actions, and we would just move it top to bottom and then reset to the highest red action. So the gray action only happens once at the start. We basically have the first round where he's not gonna punch us in the face, and then he's gonna continue punching us in the face. So let's see. Did we top deck regret? You know we did. God. All right. So the good news is we also top decked Clash, which we can only do if everything in our hand is an attack, and it is. We have our Pommel Strike, our Strike, our Heavy Blade, and Clash. So we can't play all of these. But we can play almost all of them. So we can lead with Clash, because right now, Pommel Strike lets us draw cards. But we don't want to draw a card yet, because it might be a defense card, right? And then we can't play Clash. So let's play Clash. It costs us 0 of our 3 energy. Oh, I guess I got to roll too, and see if we get a... We do gain 1 armor. Doesn't matter, because he's not attacking us. But we get to hit him for 3, just because we feel good about it, okay? And then, basically what's left here, our Pommel Strike does 2 damage and draws a card. Our Strike only does 1 damage, and they both cost the same. So we're gonna Pommel Strike and Heavy Blade. Now there's a chance, I feel like on principle, we do card draw first, because we might get something that makes us change our mind where we don't want to play our Heavy Blade. What about regret? It's not an attack. Oh my god, it is in my hand. I can't play Clash. I do have regret, and I can't get rid of it because I don't have any way of exhausting cards. Why did I listen to Alkali? Why was that? What? Damn it. Okay, so I can't play Clash, but I can Pommel Strike him for 2. Okay, that'll cost us 1 energy, and we get to draw a card. which is bash. So we can either do 3 damage now with our heavy blade, or we can do 2 damage now and give him a vulnerable, which is definitely better because we don't have any strength, so we're not going to gain anything from having from our heavy blade, right? So we're gonna bash him for 2 damage. That costs us the rest of our energy. He gains a vulnerable. So our next attack will do double. That's cool. And then that's it. We're out of energy. We can't clash because I have regret in my hand. God, that was stupid. What was I thinking? Oh, don't put it away, James. We retain it. It was like the worst curse in there, and we grabbed it immediately. It's already paying off. Shit. Why did I listen? Okay. So he gains enraged, which says, so he has that now. He's enraged. He doesn't hit us. He's got 10 HP left. He's going to attack us. He's going to attack all players. That's just us, but that's the significance of the one icon here. For 3 damage, and every time we play a skill, we take a damage. We're currently at 8 HP. So we reset to 3 and 0. We draw up to 5 cards. Wait a second. Do we actually draw up to 5? Yeah, because otherwise this wouldn't be bad. It wouldn't. It says draw 5 cards on the reference, but I don't think it means literally draw 5. I think it means draw up to 5. Just gonna check. That would be weird. It would make regret totally irrelevant, actually. So it has to be that way. Okay, no. So regret's not actually nearly as bad as I thought. So I just checked. It's draw 5 cards. It's not draw up to 5 cards. It's draw 5 cards. So we gain 5. So regret just is a pain in the ass. It's actually not nearly as bad as I thought. I mean, it screws our ability to use our clash that we took permanently. I am but a humble chaos causer. I don't think retain reduces hand size in the video game either. It just makes the composition of your hand a bit weirder. Yeah, I think you're right. I think I thought that was worse than it is. Okay, so the bad news is he's going to attack us for 3 damage. And this is exactly like the fight in the video game. I mean, not exactly, but if we play defend, which gives us a block, we actually take a damage. So it just immediately ruins our defend. We essentially just can't. You have the option of doing it because he gains strength in the video game. Here, he just immediately negates our defend card. Unless it did more than 1 block, it's valueless, right? It also means that if we play Rupture, which gives us additional strength, we'll take a damage. But we're going to abuse that, right? So we're going to play our Rupture for 1 energy. We will take a damage because he is enraged. Okay? That we also take a damage because Rupture just makes us take a damage. But as a result, we've gained 1 strength, and now we can just use our self-forming clay so that we have 3 block. So he's going to hit us. We took 2 damage, but we're not going to take 3, and we gained a strength out of the deal. Now, sadly, all we got was strikes because we have that vulnerable on him, and it would have been really, really cool to have one of the other cards that we know are all right here. So we knew we weren't going to get them, but nonetheless, it would have been nice. So let's hit him with strike. Okay, our strike is going to do 2 damage. He's vulnerable. It's doubled. So we do 4 damage to him. So he is now down to 6 health. And then we're going to strike again once again for 2. Welcome in, Time Roller. Nice to see you. And he's down to 4 health now. And we are happy. Okay. So we're gonna, oh, don't get rid of that one. It gets to sit there as a reminder forever of my bad choices. Okay. He's going to attack us for 3. We have 3 block. We're fine. Life's good. And he's just going to continue doing that until either we lose or he loses. And we're going to kill him this round because we have 1 strength. We're going to draw our 3 cards, shuffle this up, and draw 2 more. Bad choices. Yeah. Love it. Love it. All right. So what do we get? We got a Rupture and 3 Defends. These were the bottom of our deck. So that sucks, because if we play these, they just do nothing. They just waste energy for us. So all we can do is play these 2. And it almost works where we could kill him, right? We would gain a strength, and then our strike would do 3 damage, but he has 4 HP. So it's not actually worth playing our Rupture. All we're going to do this turn... Oh, we're going to roll this die and hope we get an armor, is what we're going to do. We did. So there's at least that. We have 1 block, okay? And the only other thing we're going to do is we're going to strike him for 2 damage. So he's going to take 2 damage. We're not going to play our Rupture because it just costs us a health. And 2 health, actually, because he would hit us as well, because it's a skill. He's going to attack us for 3. We will block 1 and take 2 damage. Now we just have to hit him with, like, a strike or something, and we win. Easy peasy. But we're going to find a heavy blade and hit him with that, right? We did, in fact, find the heavy blade. So we'll spend our 2 energy. We'll do 3 plus 3, 6 damage. He is super dead. See ya later, Gremlin Knob. I hate you. I'm full of regret. All right, so the good news is that was an elite, which means we gain extra stuff, right? We get $2. We have, you know what, I'm going to take a 5 and put 3 back. We have 5, 10, 12, $14. Cards generally cost, like the really good cards cost 6. And relics cost 3, I think. No, card removal costs 3. We can't buy relics, I think, in this game. But anyways, we're loaded. We got to go shopping, okay? And we also gain a relic, so we just get whatever we get. What's it gonna be? We got a stone calendar. On a 4, we can deal 4 damage. So that's kind of cool. Four damage is a lot, actually, in this game. So, like, that's like, you know, almost a third of that boss's HP. That's pretty huge. Of course, 1 in 6 chance of it happening. I guess it's a little better than 1 in 6, because if we roll a 6, we can trigger a die relic ability, which could be this one, right? It could be the loaded die or the stone calendar. We got some options now. And I put the boss away, but I forget what the other thing we get from him was. Oh, a card. Just is it a normal card? Yeah. Oh. No fancy rare cards or anything like that. That would be too cool for us. Where are you? Somewhere here there is a icon reference. I actually want to see what the rare... Oh, upgraded cards have a big arrow on them, and rare ones are gold. So, anyways, what kind of card do we want to get? We can get Flame Barrier. That's a block skill. Sever Soul, which lets us exhaust a card from our hand. Huh, I wonder what card we could exhaust, maybe. Or Spot Weakness. Okay, so here's our options. Bend that booty. 14 doll hairs, exactly. All right, so we can Flame Barrier. This gives us 3 armor and 1 damage to all enemies that intend to attack you for each attack in their next action. So interesting, it's not sort of like in the video game it would happen when they attack you. Here it actually happens before, which is a little stronger because you could potentially kill them with it prior to taking damage. Sever Soul lets us do a bunch of damage and exhaust a card. We basically are going to always have our curse in our hand. But to play this at other times, we would have to exhaust something else. We could exhaust strikes and things like that that are relatively valueless. However, Spot Weakness allows us to gain strength. Strength with our heavy blade gives us a ton of extra, but it only has a 50% chance of being possible. It's 1 strength to any player if the die is on 1, 2, or 3. We only roll the die. Well, we roll it every combat round. So we have a 50% chance of being able to play it. I love Spot Weakness. I also love Spot Weakness, but I think I'm going to take Sever Soul because I'm so angry about that regret card. And that gives me a way of getting it out of my hand for that combat. So we're going to take Sever Soul. Trying to build a competent deck here, sort of, you know. And our next thing on the map here is an event. So let's see what we get. We've got Big Fish. All right, do we want to heal 2 HP? Upgrade a starter strike so we get a strike plus. So instead of doing 1 damage, it does 2, I think. Gain an artifact and a curse. Don't you dare suggest an alkali. Or remove a starter strike. So do we just thin our deck, upgrade 1, which is crappy. The only thing we're not taking is the donut. We have 4 HP. Okay, actually, we have a real problem. This path kind of sucked. So I'm going to be honest. Here's what I want to do. What I want to do is take the gain a relic, gain a curse. Because we have the exhaust thing. We can exhaust the curse. We have at least some viable way of doing it. It's not that bad. But let's look at our path here. We have relic, fight, shop, elite, or fight, shop, rest. We basically are on the path of no rest, and we have 4... Oh, hey, we should have healed 1. We have 5 HP. Healing 2 HP might be worth it for us just because our path actually really sucks and we're low. But this is a game of min-maxing, and we are going to take the stupid curse and see what happens. Think of the relic! Think of the relic! Removing a starter strike would also just be really good because we have added quite a few attacks to our hand. And basically, the thinner our deck is, the more likely we are to get them. And we do have a little bit of like synergy now where we want to start drawing our clash with other attacks and our rupture prior to our heavy blade. But for shits, we're going to take this stupid box. We're going to gain a relic and a curse. All right, this relic better be amazing. We got an anchor. We gain 2 armor at the start of combat. That's not bad. I would say that is less good than it sounds like because often in the first round, you're not getting attacked anyway. That's true less often later in the game, at least in the video game. So we'll see how that plays out. We could have done worse than that. What's our curse going to be? Doubt. Unplayable. At the end of your turn, if this card is in your hand, gain a weakness.
Hello.
Well, that sucks. Weakness makes us do -1 damage for our next attack. Not that bad. Weakness is distinctly, like, vulnerable is really, really good, and weakness is not as severe as it. All right, we got a little bit of self-doubt. Who doesn't have a little self-doubt, honestly? I hear blah, 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 open the box already. I blame you. Whatever. Whatever. All right. So, let's take a look at the map here. We can either... I think this might be a time where we... Oh, I guess we can come this way and go to this rest point, which is worth doing because we're kind of hurting. Honestly, I don't think we're gonna defeat that. Like we're gonna we're going to walk our way into that elite fight and just die. So let's go here. We'll gain a relic. Wait, when we go there, do we get to choose our relic? And we haven't gone to one of those yet. We should get to choose a relic, I think. 1 of 3. No, we just gain a relic. Sucks to suck. Why did I think I got to choose? I get to choose after the boss fight. Alright. What do we get this time? A sundial. So on a 2, we gain 2 energy. That's pretty useful. A little combo builder for us there. So once again, we can trigger that on a 2 or a 6 because of the solo mode. So that's cool. And we're going to go over here to our next normal encounter and see how it goes. We found a looter. So if we beat this guy, we gain a potion and a card. But he's going to steal our money because he's a jerk. Don't say I never gave you nothing. Thank you for that hydrate. I probably need it. I feel a little rough today. A little scratchy. We got some lozenges here, and I'm gonna grab one. All right, so our looter here. Why don't I give you guys a little bit better look at this? Our looter. He's gonna attack us for 2, attack us for 3, and gain an armor. And then if we haven't killed him on the end of the 3rd turn, we're gonna lose $2, and he's gonna leave, but we still get the rewards. So we have a ton of money. $2 isn't really that big of a deal for us, but it's still on principle going to feel better to kill to defeat this guy. So he's going to start at 9 HP, and we know he's going to attack us for 2. We're going to draw our hand of cards. Oh, we start with 2 block because of our anchor, so we immediately don't have to worry about his attack. Remember when I was saying that was pretty useless and usually enemies don't attack on the first round? Well, immediately proved wrong. All right, so we got 5 cards. What'd we get? We got Heavy Blade, Pommel Strike, Regret. How I missed you. I love getting that in the first draw every turn. And 2 strikes. We also are going to roll the die here. We rolled a 5, so we gain a block. We have 3 block, which really isn't very useful for us, but that's okay. Our goal is to get through this fight and not take a damage so that we're gaining health, you know? We'll see how that goes. So, we've got our Regret, How I Missed You. Pommel Blade is objectively better, or Pommel Strike rather, objectively better than Strike. So we're going to play a Pommel Strike. Costs us 1 energy. And we get to do 2 damage and draw a card. We just found another strike. Our next turn is going to be nothing but defense. It is going to suck and he is going to get away. So we got 2 energy left. We can either strike him twice and do 2 damage, or we can break out the old Heavy Blade and do 3 damage, which is what we'll do. So he's down to 4 HP. He's going to attack us for 2, which doesn't get through our block. So, sucks to suck. Looter, you're a nerd. Now, we don't get any free block this round, because we only get that at the start of the first round, at the start of combat. But we do get 3 defend cards, a doubt, and a rupture. Alright. So, this round he's going to hit us for 3 and gain 1. We're going to roll, and we rolled a 5 again. So we're going to gain 1 block. A 6 would have been really nice, or a 4. If we had a 4, we could have just killed him. But sadly, that did not happen. So, we can play 2 defends and a rupture. We'll gain a strength, but we lose an HP. I mean, we're about to rest, so I don't know. I discarded regret. You're right. You're right. Thank you. I regret discarding regret. It's wonderful how consistently you've top-decked regret so far. Every time, man. Every time. Let's see how resting works. In the, we either heal 3 HP or upgrade a card. So 3, that's a third. That's kind of like the video game. I don't know. Are we going to need that strength in order to kill him next turn? He's going to have 4 health and an armor. So he'll effectively have 5 health. That's a lot for us to put up without a strength, right? Most of our attacks, like, even if we got our heavy blade and strike, we could play both of those. But that would only be 4 damage, right? 3 and 1. And we know we're going to have this regret, so we can't play Clash. But we also know that we're going to get our... We actually know we have perfect information if I had a better memory. We have exactly a 5-card draw. So we know we're going to get the one that lets us exhaust regret and does 3 damage. And then I don't think we've seen Bash yet. No. So we don't need to rupture. We don't need to risk the health. So we're just going to play 3 defense. We'll gain 3 armor. And we'll see how it goes. He's going to attack us for 3. We're down to 1. We're fine. He gains an armor for himself. And if we don't defeat him this round, we lose. I just discarded regret again. Shit. Oh, and we gain a weakness. Oh, no. No. I forgot about that, and maybe that messes up my math. Also, no, okay, there's... Oh, God. Okay, so we keep regret, and I forgot this was in our hand, our other curse. End of turn, if this is in your hand, gain a weakness. If I don't kill him by 1, and I could have used that stupid rupture to do it, I'm going to be sad. Okay, I keep trying to throw regret away. I keep doing it. Now we just need to get you top-decking self-doubt in addition to regret. Yes, I know what's going to happen here. We'll save that for the boss fight, right? Okay. So I think we can still kill him. We can still kill him because we can play Sever Soul here. I guess we should roll first. We rolled a 1, which does nothing for us. Okay, so we can sever his soul, right? Which lets us exhaust a card. See you later, regret. And then that costs us 2. Oh wait, we can't kill him. Maybe. So we do 1 less damage. We do 2 damage. He loses a block and a health. And we lose our weak. And then we can play our defend. So we have 0 energy and gain a block. And that means we can play our clash because we have only attacks left in our hand, which does 3 damage, and he's dead. Aha! Alright. So we gain a potion. Distilled Chaos. Oh, Distilled Chaos is super fun. And we gain a card. Okay. We got Warcry. Warcry is free card draw. Basically, pick up 2, keep 1. It's good if you have a hand that like requires a lot of synergy. Like an example of that is there's a card in here called Flex, which gives you strength, but only for 1 round. And you want to get say, Flex and your Heavy Blade in the same turn. This isn't super useful for us. Twin Strike is. Twin Strike is 2 damage, but or like one damage and then 1 damage, which basically means strength counts twice for it, right? Alternatively, there's Whirlwind, which does 1 damage to everybody X amount of times. So that means we spend as much energy on it as we want. And this is one of the other changes from the video game. In the video game, it just spends all your remaining energy. Here we just decide what X is. We can say, oh, X is 1, right? So it's a little different. And yeah, Distilled Chaos is fun. Like, it's just, it's goofy. So this is a potion. We can use it 1 time, right? So we don't have any AoE ability. So in that way, like, just Whirlwind might be nice to have. Twin Strike is also just really good because, you know, strength counts double. We don't have a ton. I don't know. It's hard to say. Like, we really haven't added that much, like a ton to our deck. We have 1 way of gaining strength. Let's take Whirlwind. I really hope that you can pick how much energy rather than just using all of it. Yeah, exactly. And I'm gonna double check that, but I'm 99% certain you just get to pick. You just say this is 2 or whatever. Why does this feel impossible to find in here? I know I read it in here. I feel like I wouldn't have just made that up. I'm quite certain that that was one of the significant differences that you just choose. But I feel like I just don't see that in here. It's weird because they give an example of all the actions and effects, and the only one that's not listed here is X. But I know that was in here somewhere. It happened somewhere. I'm just going to trust that I was right. All right. We're taking Whirlwind. I'm not going to waste any more time. I know that was in there. All right. So, where are we at? We got our potion. We got our card. We're going to give that a shuffle. Back on the map here. I don't know how hard this boss fight is going to be, but I don't want to, like, you know, I don't want to die at it. So we can make it all the way to the boss. We have 2, if we go this way, I mean, we have to go that way, but if we can either go campfire, dude, vendor, merchant, and then another campfire, or we can have no merchant and have an event instead. We're rich. We're going this way. So I think we upgrade a card in our deck here, and then we rest at the final one, and we just hope that we're healthy enough to be good. We're at 6. We gained 1 at the end of that last combat. So let's go to the campfire. We either rest or upgrade a card. So if we want to upgrade a card, what do we upgrade? We probably want to upgrade one of our, like, good cards, you know? So we have Rupture was, it would cost 0 if we upgraded it, I believe. That's not that exciting. The effects are the same. Lose an HP, gain a strength. If we didn't lose HP, that would be an immediate upgrade. So basically, we're either upgrading Whirlwind, Flash, or Sever Soul. So Whirlwind is X plus 1. So that means we can even play it at 0 energy and deal 1 damage to everyone. That's pretty tempting. Clash can only ever be played if every card in your hand is an attack, and the upgraded version does an additional damage, 4. I mean, Clash is never bad. 4 damage is a lot, but 3 damage for free is pretty good. And then Sever Soul, we exhaust a card and do 3 damage. Exhaust 1 or 2 cards in your hand. I could get rid of both curses and then deal 4 damage. That's tempting. Okay, so we're either upgrading Sever Soul or Whirlwind. I think Whirlwind is probably the better choice. Let's upgrade Whirlwind. It means we can always do, every time it's in our hand, we can spend 0 and do 1 damage to all enemies. That's cool. I like that. Okay, we get to our next thing here, another event. What do we got? A living wall. That looks foreboding. Okay, so 3 faces materialize from the walls and speak. Forget what you know and I'll let you go. I require change to see a new space. If you want to pass me, then you must grow. So we can forget to remove a card, we can change to transform a card, or we can grow and we can upgrade a card. Now, I think we're not allowed to remove curses, because if I can remove curses, man, oh man, do I want to get rid of that regret. Because, let me tell you, but I feel like we can't. Remove. Remove a card from your deck. Keep it in the removed pile away from your deck. Like the strike that I think I didn't have in my last one. Whoops. I feel like I distinctly remember reading that we can't remove curses in oh, they can't be transformed. That's what they can't be. We can't transform a curse into, when you transform a card, you replace it with like a better card, right? So we can't retain a card in our deck and make it be better. Okay, you know what? We are going to remove a curse. And we're actually going to remove the other one on principle, because doubt's annoying. Unplayable at the end of your turn. We gain a weakness. That's going to screw us up. The regret, because we retain it, it just works well as a combo builder for soul severing anyway. So we're going to remove doubt from our hand, from our deck. And then we're going to the shop. We've never been shopping before, but we have 14 bucks, which is a lot. So I think we just flip out 3 potions and 3 relics and go to town. Yeah. So we got the merchant board up here. This is like a neoprene one, came in like the collector's edition of this game. Has the little not for sale tag at the side. Then it says we flip out 3 and 3. And we also look at the top 3 cards of our deck. So let's take a look at these first. Snecko Oil, draw 5 cards, gain 2 dazed. I don't know that I like that. Ghost in a Jar, you can't lose more than 1 HP this round. So that gives you, what's that called in the other game? Can't remember. Where you only take 1 damage. I mean, it's not quite the same, because that's 1 damage per instance, but... Do 2 damage to any row. A row is like, in the multiplayer game, each player has a row of cards they're fighting, right? And then our relics that we received that we could get. Charon's Ashes, we can, for a 1 or a 2, we can exhaust a card in your hand to deal 2 damage. That could be okay. An oddly smooth stone, 2 armor to any player. Or Tungsten Rod, 1 armor to all players, 3 armor instead if solo. So the Tungsten Rod is just like objectively better than the other one, basically. We can also pay $3 to remove a card, but we can only do it once. And we can look at our top 3 cards and choose one to buy if we want. So we are looking at Clothesline, Cleave, and Clothesline. So these are all junky cards that cost $2 each. Clothesline applies a weak, which means that they do 1 less damage the next time. I feel like weakness is less useful here than elsewhere. Cleave is 2 damage to everybody. It's like our Whirlwind, but, you know, less variable. Ephemeral, yeah, ephemeral. Why did I say that so weird? Is that what it's called? I'm thinking of the one boss. He does it every other round. He only takes 1 damage from every attack. Is it ephemeral? I don't think so. I don't know. Doesn't matter. Okay, so what the hell do we want to buy? We want to do the card removal service. Let's start there. Let's take a Strike out of our deck. Strike is garbage tier for us now. Or wait, do we remove Regret? Because we could always, Soul Sever a Strike instead. And not... Let's remove the Curse. See you later, nerd. That cost us $3. We got $2 back in change. We still have 5, 7, 9, 11 bucks. We can only remove 1 card per merchant, which is a shame. If we get the Tungsten Rod or the Oddly Smooth Stone, then we get, or maybe both of them. Well, we would need 15 to do that. Anyways, those give us an absurd amount of armor on 4s and 5s, because we already get 1 armor on 4s and 5s. The Tungsten Rod is just better. 3 armor is better than 2, right? I don't love potions generally. Okay, let's buy the Tungsten Rod. That's $8, okay? So we're down to our last $3. We're going to pay $8 for that. And we could either buy one of these potions. We could buy something like Ghost in a Jar. You can't lose more than 1 HP this round. If we're fighting a boss that's going to put up like a ton of damage, it's going to hit us for 8 or something. That could be situationally really... Oh, we can't buy it. It's 4. Never mind. Explosive Potion is good against AoE kind of fights. We got a couple things recently. I think we leave the potions and we just buy Cleave for $1. And we save our $2, save our pennies for next time. That's what we're going to try. Intangible. There you go. Jelfia, welcome in. All right. So we're going to proceed to our campfire. We're playing like at least moderately conservatively here. If I had any idea what the boss was like, I think I would just stay at 6 HP and kill him, because you heal to full after the boss anyway. But I don't know what to expect, because this is our first time. So, whoa, got a shuffle okay though. So we're just gonna rest and heal. So we gain 3 HP. We're going into this boss fight with 9 HP. A really nice set of relics that give us a bunch of armor as long as we roll high. And then, like a pretty decent deck. So, let's see what we get. Which Act 1 boss did we find? The Guardian. Okay, so the Guardian here has 2 modes and does this mode shift thing, where generally, in the video game at least, you're trying to put up a certain amount of damage before he punches you in the face really hard to get him to shift into defensive mode. And then while he's in defensive mode, you know, you kind of can decide whether you're gonna hit him or not. He usually has thorns, which means you take damage when doing damage to him. Okay, so we are in solo mode. He's going to have 40 HP. Wonderful. Love that for us. And presumably he's going to start in attack mode here. So he's going to do 2 damage and gain 5 armor per player. Now when we defeat him, we gain $3 a boss relic and one of our rare cards. So, you know, turns out defeating the big nasty guy at the end of the top of the tower, really, really good. Really good, you know? So, you should upgrade. Oh, wow. Woggers, welcome in. Sorry, I sometimes don't do so good at paying attention to YouTube chat, but nice to see you. Okay, so let's do this. Let me check real quick. Is there anything else I need to do for boss setup? I think not really. We just use the HP board and that's it. Okay, so it's a normal round. We got 3 energy, no block. We got 9 HP and a dream. We're gonna make this work. So let's see what we get out of this deck. Oof, 40 HP is gonna be rough. I believe in it. It's okay. You're doing a great job. I was a playtester. Enjoy the game. I'll pop in and out today. Oh, thanks. That's cool. I'd love to hear your thoughts on, you know, if you play tested this. I'm going to take a wild guess that you played it a bunch, and I would love to hear your thoughts on what it was like to try and adapt this, the board game to, or the video game rather, to the board game. I felt like Slay the Spire is like the single game I've played that is the most readily adaptable to a board game implementation, and I really like the way, like, say, Vulnerable is handled to just make it easy and practical for a board game. Okay, so let's take a look at what we got here. Well, wait, before we do that, let's roll and see what we get. We rolled a 3, which is literally like the only die result that doesn't work for us, right? 1s and 3s, I guess, get us nothing. Now, we do start with 2 armor because of our anchor at the start of combat. We get that only one time, but 3 doesn't help us. Doesn't help us. So, what do we got? We got Strike, Whirlwind, Rupture, Pommel Strike, and Defend. Now, he is going to attack us for 2, so we do not have to worry about defense. Our anchor has come in clutch again. Okay? Okay, so interestingly, let's talk about the way this guy works. So, at the end, he's going to attack us at the end of this round. He's going to attack us for 2 and then gain 5 armor. 5 per player, so 5, right? And then his mode shift ability, normally he has like a set threshold in the video game where we're trying to do X amount of damage over multiple turns. And this one, it says, if the Guardian starts its turn with no armor, it doesn't attack this turn and enters defensive mode at the start of the next round. So we have to put up like 5 damage on him in a single turn in order to get him to mode shift. Otherwise, he attacks us for 6. 6 is a lot in this game. That is more than half of our health. So, all right. We do not have to worry about defense, so let's just forget about it. And we were lucky enough to get our Rupture. We want this immediately. This is every attack for the rest of the whole thing. We're going to have an extra strength. So we will gladly lose 1 HP in exchange for a strength. Beautiful. Okay. That costs us 1 energy. We have 2 left. So we could play all of our abilities if we want, right? Because our Whirlwind, we got the upgraded version, Whirlwind Plus, which means it does X plus 1. We can play it as a 0 and still do damage with it. Now, potentially we draw a card and waste it, but I think that that's okay. So we're going to play our Pommel Strike. We'll do 2 damage. So he's down to 38, and we draw a card. We got a defend card. We don't really care about that too much, right? We know we're not going to play it, actually. Let's just set it aside. So then, yeah, we can do our plan here. We can strike. That uses the last of our energy. He's going to take 1 more damage. And then we can Whirlwind for 0. We do X plus 1. We hit him 1 time for... Oh, wait. What am I doing? We Pommel Striked him. We have a strength. We did 3 damage with our Pommel Strike. With our strike, we did 2, and with our whirlwind, we also did 2. So we got him down to 33 health. Okay? Pretty good first round. Gained a strength, did put up 7 damage. Gives me confidence that we can do the 7 damage that we're going to need in order to mode shift him next round. Now, he's going to attack us for 2. We happen to have 2 block. We're fine, and he's going to gain 5 block. I think there's 5ers on the block. You know, we're just going to use 5 tokens. All right. So we got 5 block tokens there. And we know that he is going to hit us for 6 unless we remove all of his block. If we remove it all, he will shift into defensive mode. And we won't get punched in the face. So, let's see what we get. 5 cards. A heavy blade would be really swell. We did not get heavy blade, but we can do the damage we need to. We also got Sever Soul, which, you know, exhausting is less attractive now with our lack of curses, because we just managed to get rid of them. But, you know, getting rid of something like a strike wouldn't be terrible, right? So let's think this out. Our cleave is our kind of our best card in our hand, I think. I guess we got to roll first. I keep forgetting. We rolled a 1, the other result that doesn't do anything for us. Okay, so a cleave is going to do 3 damage, 2 plus our strength. We know we're going to mode shift him. We're going to make him mode shift one way or another. So we're just going to pretend this defend like doesn't exist, right? We don't want that. We don't want that. That's a pretty solid turn. I agree. That was a gooder. So we could either hit him for 3 and then hit him for 4 and exhaust one of these strikes, or we could use them and we'll use the same amount and we'll also hit him for another 4. Like in either case, we're hitting him for 7. And we just wouldn't exhaust a card. I think it'd be preferable to exhaust a strike. So we're going to try and do that. So we're going to cleave for 1. That does 2 plus 1, 3 damage. He's down to 30. Or wait, no, he's not down to 30. He has armor. What am I saying? We get rid of 3 of his block. Then we're going to use our Sever Soul. So we get to exhaust 1 card in our hand. We're going to exhaust a strike. It's now no longer in our deck for the rest of combat. And we're going to do 4 damage to him. So he blocks 2 of that and then takes 2 damage. Getting that rupture on round 1 was like super clutch for us. So he won't attack to us. He won't attack us this round, and he will shift into defensive mode at the start of next round. So it says here that for defensive mode, while in defensive mode after you play an attack, take 1 damage, but reminder, damage can be blocked. So he effectively has thorns. We got to have a little bit of defense or suffer the consequences, but he's only going to attack us back for 2 damage rather than 6 or you know. And then next round he's going to attack us for 4, gain a strength, and enter attack mode. So we want to, like, he's going to start gaining strength. This is going to quickly become challenging for us to deal with. So let's find a way of making this this work out. We got Clash, Strike, Heavy Blade, Bash, and Strike. Oh my god, we can play our Clash because we don't have any more curses in our hands. It's free damage. We got our Heavy Blade. This is pretty dreamy. Now, we will take damage every time we attack, and we did not get any armor, which is a shame. But we want to try and... we would like to limit our like, we want to do bigger attacks, fewer larger attacks, basically. Heavy Blade's a must here. So let's see what we roll. Maybe we got a 1. Never mind. I was going to say, maybe we'll get our Tungsten Rod here or something like that. Or the Sundial and gaining some additional energy would have been great. Instead, here we are. So, Slay the Spire 2 is a thing. I think it's a in-progress thing. I don't think it's currently out. Okay, so I think it's kind of indifferent here. So we have Bash, Heavy Blade, and Clash and 2 strikes, right? If we play our Heavy Blade, we do 6. Like, the ideal thing here, if we could Bash and Heavy Blade, that'd be amazing, because our Heavy Blade would do 6 damage doubled. But we only have 3 energy. So we can't do that, right? Now, our Clash we can play. I think our best bet here is if we Bash, we deal 2 damage. I mean, we're going to take 3 damage. Actually, this is really rough. Let's. So we're at 30 HP. He's at 31 HP. He has no block. But if we attack him 3 times, we're going to take 3 damage. We don't have any block either. And then in addition to taking 3 damage, he's going to attack us for 2. So we're going to take 5 damage. We're going to be down to 3 HP. We're almost going to die this round. So I think this is a time for us to use our Distilled Chaos. We're going to draw 3 cards, and we can play them in any order for 0 energy. And we're going to be really sad if we get like 3 strikes, but maybe we can get at least 1 defense card, because that will save us a lot of damage. So let's give it a whirl. We can draw this 1 card, which is a defend. Perfect. I mean, I guess the defense, the problem, of course, is that it costs us our energy, and we really don't have that much. Maybe that wasn't worth it. I thought that seemed better in my mind. Oh, wait, they play for 0. Never mind. That's why. That's why it was worth it. All right, so we drew 1 card, and we're going to get 2, 3. All right, we got 2 HP, or 2 defends, and we got another Rupture. So we could... now our Heavy Blade is better than Bash, because it can do 9 damage. It's a big boy. Okay, we gotta use Rupture. Okay, we simply... Oh wait, it doesn't cost anything. It costs us 1 HP, but otherwise it costs 0. Okay, so we lose an HP. It costs 0 to play, 0 energy to play, but we lose an HP and gain a strength. So we have 2 additional strength. All of our attacks are +2. These also cost us 0. We're going to play our 2 defend cards for 0, gain 2 block. Now, if we play Heavy Blade, it adds +3 damage for each strength. So this is a 9 damage attack. Very worth. So let's do that. We'll play our Heavy Blade for 2. We'll do 9 damage. So he's down to 22 HP. It's feeling viable, maybe. Now we do take 1 damage back from his sharp hide. Okay. And then the question, we can't play Bash. I'm just going to discard it because we can't play it. We only have 1 energy. So we can play our Clash because all our attacks all our cards are attacks. That's going to do 5 damage. We will lose our last block, but I think we got to do it. So that's 0 energy. We lose 1 block. We do 5 damage. So he's down from 22 down to 17. Okay. And then we have 1 energy left. So the question is, do we play a strike or not? And I'm not sure that the answer is yes. It's 3 damage in exchange for 1 for us. But we're at 7. We're going to take 2. He's going to do 4 damage next round. Like, that extra damage we take might be the difference between him killing us next round and him not killing us. And I feel like, you know, he's at 17. Him being at 14 isn't going to make the difference between us being able to kill him next round. We're not getting our Heavy Blade. So I think we're not going to do the strike. He's going to attack us for 2. We don't have any block. We just take 2 damage. And we're on to the next round here. We reset. Gain our 5 cards. Roll the die. We got a 5. Oh my god, it's like, this is glorious for us. 5 is our best roll. So we gain 3 armor from our tungsten rod and 1 from our loaded die. And he's going to attack us for 4 and not do any damage at all. We have 4 block. I mean, if we attack him, potentially he would do damage because he does still have his sharp hide. Every time we attack him, we're going to lose one of those block. But like, we're pretty pleased with that. Okay, so what do we got? We got defend, pommel strike, defend, strike, and whirlwind. So whirlwind is like negatively good. We don't want to actually hit him for like a couple damage like 10 times. I mean, unless we can, our whirlwind would do 3 damage. Let's just imagine if we used our whirlwind immediately. We would do 12 damage, but we would take 4. So that's not enough to kill him. But we can pommel strike him, right? So we're going to do 4 damage. He's down to 13, and we get to draw. We take 1 back, and we draw a card. Okay, Sever Soul. That's a 5 damage card, and we exhaust something in our hand. We could exhaust our strike. That would leave us at the point where we wouldn't be able to play any additional defense cards, and we're going to take damage. I mean, at this point, unless we just play defense cards, we're going to take damage. Let's imagine we whirlwind, right? We whirlwind, we do 9 damage. Not enough to kill him. Wait, we can't kill him this round. I mean, he's only attacking us for 2 next round. And if we can probably just kill him next round. So let's sever his soul. He'll be in single-digit HP. We can probably end him next round. And we'll suffer a couple damage for the trouble. So we'll exhaust 1 card from our hand. I think this costs us all of our energy. I think we probably just exhaust at this point. We exhaust a defend. We can't play them this round anyway. And then we do 5 damage to him. So he's down to 8 HP. We take 1 back. And we're out of energy. We could whirlwind for free. But that's it. That's the only thing we could do, which would do 3 damage and we'd take 1 back. Not worth. So, I mean, is it worth? He's not going to kill us this turn. He's going to hit us for 2. He would instead hit us... Nah, whatever. I just want to make sure we can kill him next round, because otherwise it's going to be spicy. But I think we're okay here. So he's going to hit us for 4 damage. We're going to block 2, take 2 damage. And he's going to gain a strength. He's going to enter attack mode at the start of next round, where he'll hit us for 2. All right. So we got our cleave, we got a strike. We're going to have to shuffle. See what we get. Overall, this feels like a really good approximation of this boss in the video game. I still can't shuffle. Defend, not what we want to see. Strike, not what we want to see. Pommel strike, acceptable. What we really wanted to see here was heavy strike, because then we just one-tap him, right? And we're out, and we're happy. Now, let's roll this die, see what we get. We got a 1! Okay, so we got 1 really good roll and 3 terrible ones, where we got literally nothing. So, unlucky. Unlucky. But just the way it goes. So, we have 3 HP. He is going to hit us for 2 this round. He doesn't have his thorny thing anymore, sharp hide. So we just want to try and kill him. Okay, we would need to do 8 damage in order to kill him, which I think we can just do with a pommel strike and 2 strikes. So let's pommel strike him. That costs us 1 energy. We're going to do 4 damage with that because of our strength. Lets us draw a card. Maybe it's just a heavy blade and that's it. It was not. It was a defend. But if we strike, that does 3. Or we could just cleave him and he dies. Because he's got 4 HP. We cleave. That costs us 1 energy. It does 4 damage to everybody. And he is dead. And we defeated the first boss. Which, frankly, I'm surprised for our first run in Slay the Spire. But he is dead. And we are happy. Sweet. Okay. So let's get these rewards. We get $3. I'm going to take a $5 because we like to accumulate money. We get a boss relic, okay? Which is super good because the boss relics are better than normal relics, right? Now, do we get to pick one or not? In the video game, we would get to pick. I have no idea. I have no idea whether we get to pick a boss relic or not. One relic per player plus 1. So we were... Oh, never mind. Or 3 if playing solo. So we do get to pick it. Okay. So, let's take a look at these boss relics. What do we get? What do we get? What do we get? What do we get? We can have... Astrolabe. Okay. Upgrade 3 cards. Use this immediately, then discard it. Great card to have. A great relic. Oh, God. I'm gonna head out for a while to go for a walk since it's so nice outside. Yeah, it is a great day today. About time. It's been super windy and gloomy here lately. Enjoy your walk. If only there were like a computer to take care of that. Agreed. If only. Can you imagine how advanced and wild that would feel? All right, so the calling bell, we gain 3 relics, but a curse. We know how we feel. We've already removed 2 curses from our deck. I don't think we need to do another one. And then the coffee dripper, we always get 1 extra energy, which, like, honestly, I love cards that give us extra energy, but we can no longer rest. So we can't heal effectively. I feel like that we can't abide. You know, I don't know if we can handle... if we can handle never resting for the rest of the game. I feel like the answer is no. Whatever, we've been doing curses. Let's just take the stupid calling bell. Let's just do it. Curse, 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 curse. Okay, fine, we'll do it. We're gonna gain 3 normal relics and a curse. Let's just do it. Then we discard this. Let's see what we get. We're going to look at the relics first because they're at least nice. And hopefully this gives us something that acts on 1. Like, the reason why this might be nice is, you know, in the multiplayer game, you gain a lot more relics, and then you're more frequently using the die rolls, right? We've rolled 1 and 3 a ton of times and just get nothing for it. So hopefully we can, like, smooth that out a little bit. So, Akabeko. Once per combat, gain a strength for 1 attack. Well, that synergizes with Heavy Blade pretty okay, if I do say so myself. The Mercury Hourglass, deal 1 damage to any row. That applies on 1s and 2s, so 3s are the only roll remaining where we don't do anything. And sadly, the Gremlin Horn doesn't quite get us there, but it means that 4s and 5s are super duper duper good still. We gain armor, we draw cards, we get energy, we get all sorts of stuff like that. Hope your weekend has been great. I've been having a really nice weekend. How are you, Jason? How you been? All right. Where's our curse? We got an injury. We took an extremely big arrow in the leg. Unplayable. It just is annoying. It's not, we don't retain it, so we actually do have to pick it up every time, which is worse, actually, than regret. But it just lives there, and we could still exhaust it or things like that if we soul sever. That's not so bad. We'll survive that. And then we get a rare card from our rare deck. I think we just draw one. No, we reveal 3. Never mind. What am I saying? Okay. Oh, demon form if we have to. If we have to take demon form, I will. Okay, so let's take a look at what we got. These are the super duper cards, the good ones. So we got Fiend Fire, exhaust our hand, 1 damage for each other card exhausted this way. And then we exhaust this one. So that thins our deck a lot. If we had an immense deck, maybe, that was full of crap. Give me that demon form. There it is. Offering, lose 1 HP, gain 2 energy, draw 3 cards, and then exhaust. This is not a bad card. I like that one. But I don't like it as much as this one. At the start of your turn, gain a strength. Our deck is full of attacks. Every strength gives us plus damage on all of them. The only thing that's really unfortunate about Demon Form is it costs us 3 to play. So basically, it's the only card we're playing that turn. But we're doing it. We're living the dream, the Demon Form dream. We talked about this earlier. I think if you're playing Slay the Spire, the video game, the easiest way to get your first win, just play the Ironclad, find Demon Form, and always play it when it shows up. The first time it shows up, just play it out and suffer the consequences later. It's the easiest way to scale into that game and win. So there was our boss. I'm going to take a wild guess that we heal to full. If we don't, we got real big problems. But let's see what the Act 2 and 3 setup looks like. I think we just flip out a board and we switch out the decks. Heal the maximum HP. And shuffle our card rewards deck, including cards we skipped. So we might find some of the cards we didn't want to take, which is a bit of a shame, but that's okay. So let's set this up. We're going to scooch these tokens off the board here. And we're going to find the Act 2 board. Which is also the Act 3 board. Now, we need to find all of the tokens that are dark on the back. We're going to give them a good shuffle. And put them out on the dark spots. And we're going to do the same with these ones, but on the light spots. Imagine that. Let's switch to the slider cam at a really ideal time. I'm pretty happy with that. Thank you, randomness. RNGesus. All right. There's our map setup. Let's take a look at what we got. We got a very even distribution of elites across the paths. We got, you know, shopping alley over here on the left. We go to that side. There's nothing but shopping to do. That one. We're too poor for that now. We spent all our money. And solo draw 3 boss relics. Thank you. Yeah, totally. Had to double check. First playthrough and, you know, try to get it right. I find that I am more self-conscious and I second guess myself more because I'm streaming. And I would have just drawn 3 because I knew that that was right. But I didn't. I think I also should have removed everything here from the market after we were done with it. I didn't do. Not that it's a big deal. I would have remembered when it was time. Do it again. All right. So let's find our Act 2 bosses. Who do we got? We got the, oh dear. Man, the Act 3 bosses make me sad. Okay, so we got the Collector. The Collector summons little minions called Torch Heads that are sort of like medium strong. They do a decent amount of damage and have a fair bit of health. They're kind of a pain in the butt. He also debuffs you, like, somewhat aggressively. So, that's an annoying one, right? We got the Champ, who's just strong. He has lots of health and likes to punch you in the face really good. And he gets angry. Oh, here you go. When he reaches 0, he heals 40 and enters Fury mode. And then when he's furious, well, it turns out that he hits you even harder than before. And then the Bronze Automaton just scales, okay? He slowly gains strength and then hits you in the face for like 1,000,000. And usually he's just annoying. I don't like him. I feel like the Champ of these is the one that I want to play the least here, but that's okay. Well, I guess I could know which one is which if I was like looking, because the backs are unique here. In the game, when the video game, you like, you know, you're in the city or the ruins or whatever. Anyways, there's our boss. That's looking awful champy. I'm not a like an engineer or anything. That sure looks armored up and swordy, you know, in a way that when I just said I really don't want to fight the Champ, huh? I don't know. I know what Act 3 boss I want, the Awakened one. Well, I gotta make it through to the Awakened one before that's a thing. Okay, I need to get the Act 2 cards here. So let's do that. And there's no cheesy first encounter either. We just get real, like, big boy encounters the whole way along. But otherwise, it's the same. There's more elites available in the later acts. No surprise there, I don't think. Alright. Where are you, Act 2 cards?
Arm the brainwashing device and prepare for phase 2.
We will prevail and you will die.
Find. Consume. Destroy. Repeat. Find.
It's off camera here, but they did give nice little dividers. There are a lot of cards to manage in this game. It's funny, every time I play games with lots of cards, it reminds me of playing Arkham Horror like 10 years ago. Because there was just like 12 decks and you had to shuffle them. They were super annoying because most of the decks were like these potion decks, like really small. Which isn't the case here. These are just normal sized cards. But it is kind of, I don't know, I'm just always reminiscent of that. All right. There's our Act 2 like events. Here's our Act 2 elites. We don't shuffle the minions. Almost did. That would have been a disaster. Whoa! I got caught on a card sleeve there. And here's our normal encounters. And then we should be good to go. We're all healed up. We got demon form. We're going to try and live the dream with it. It would be a really nice if we had some practical way to gain energy. Like if we had found demon form and I had taken that other one that we couldn't rest, then we could play demon form and something else. But not being able to rest feels like a bridge too far. I'm not confident enough in my ability to actually do that. All right, so let's have a quick look-see at the map here. Right, we are down here. We're the boot. Okay, so we're down here. We got to start like last time with a normal encounter, and then we got to choose a path. Now, we're at full HP. We generally want to, you know, use our ability to heal. In practical terms, That was harder to use last time. Like we weren't, it's not like we were floating full HP. And frankly, we took an absurd number of attack cards and we have added nothing for defense to our deck. So I don't know that that's really going to be a big worry. I think we might trend towards, we're not going to go on this path. We have $5. We don't need to hit the merchant twice, right? But it might be nice to come this away or this away and end up taking a short rest before we fight an elite. I think that might be the move. So let's see how this first encounter goes and start with that. Oh, I need to shuffle this deck also. My card draw deck. We're supposed to basically shuffle back in the cards that we omitted previously, which I don't love that. I don't want those cards. Get them out of my draw deck, you bastards. But that's okay. It's just the way it's gonna go. All right. Feeling pretty good about this run so far. I really like how this really does approximate the video game very well. If you like that, you'd like this. The interesting thing about this compared to the video game is, of course, you can play multiplayer here, right? Which might be an interesting experience. All right, so we're gonna start with our normal encounter here, our little boot. Down here on the normal encounter, we'll choose a path in a second. Let's see what we get. We got a bird. Birds are super annoying. The birds, you can, like, in the video game, you can knock them out of the air because by doing enough attacks in one round. He also is the first one we've had that summons others. So we always flip out one card, but some summon others. And this one summons 2 more birds. So that's annoying. I think we're actually supposed to, strictly speaking, are these all the same? I want to see. They are not the same. So I think we're supposed to shuffle these birds and pick 2 from that. Let's have a look-see here. Bird is the word. So I'm feeling pretty okay that we recently added some AoE damage to our deck because birds are stupidly annoying. These guys are all going to have combat that gets resolved based on what we roll. But it looks like there's good overlap here. No matter what we roll, one of the birds is gaining strength. One of them is attacking us for 3, and one's attacking us twice for 1. They're flying, so they take a maximum of 1 damage from each attack. So strength is not super useful for us here. And in the video game, we can knock them out of the air, but it's looking like that's not the case. We just have to put up enough damage. So our AoE, like our whirlwind, would be huge. We could, if we were lucky, we could defeat this in 1 turn with our whirlwind and like our sundial or something. But let's see what we get. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We got our injury. Love that for us. Top decking curses. What could be better? We got a couple defend cards, a strike, and our clash, which we for sure cannot play because we can only use it if every card is an attack, and we have a curse card in hand. So even if we play our defends, we can't use it. So we got about the least useful starting hand we could get. We do start with 2 armor, and we might get something here. We rolled a 6. Okay, so 6, we can trigger any ability we want. Okay? Uh-oh. Yeah, so, okay. Max of 1 damage from each attack. I'm going to assume that includes my stone calendar. So that would be 1 damage, not 4. Also, they're going to do 3, 4, 5 attack to us and gain a strength this turn. So the most practical thing here I mean, our Mercury Hourglass, deal 1 damage to every row. That would put up a bunch of damage on these guys, but then we're gonna, like, you know, get smashed in the face, really. So, it might be better. I mean, we're only gonna play defend cards. Let's just do that. We will end up blocking 4 out of 5 damage we take, and I'll feel okay about that. So let's do that. Let's the relic we're going to choose to activate is our Mercury Hourglass. Deal 1 damage to any row. This is a row, so we're going to deal 1 damage to each of these guys. They're now 1 closer to dead. Okay, and then we're going to play our 2 defend cards for 2 energy. Gives us 2 block. So we're at 4 block now because we started with 2 care of our anchor. Okay, and that's it. We got an injury, a clash we can't play, and I guess we can play our strike. There's no reason we wouldn't use our strike. And the question is, do we want to eliminate one of these birds a little faster, or do we want to just put it up on this guy so they all have the same amount of health and we can just cleave them into oblivion? Let's eliminate one faster. Let's get rid of this bird. This middle bird I don't like for no particular reason. He's ugly. All right. So, these birds are going to attack us back. This guy's going to hit us for 3. This guy's going to attack us twice for 1 each. So 1 is going to be blocked. 1 will do a damage to us. And this guy will gain a strength. In fact, I'm going to retcon and say that he's the one that I attacked an extra time, because if I wasn't an idiot, that's probably what I would have done. All right. Back up to 3 energy. No block. We get 5 cards. Roll the die. We rolled a 2, so this lets us do 1 damage to any row. And gain 2 energy. So we are at 5 energy. So we got a huge energy turn, and we get to do 1 damage to any row. Obviously this row. The any row thing is really only relevant in the multiplayer game. That means our strength gaining buddy over here only needs 1 more attack to be out. Okay, listen, we got demon form, and I know what I said in the past, that demon form, the way to like win this the most easily is to just play it as soon as we get it. This is perhaps the only fight where that's not true. This is like the dream setup usually. We want to play demon form out, and we actually have extra energy so we could do other things. But strength doesn't help us at all in this fight because these guys only ever take 1 damage from our attacks. So demon form is like, it literally doesn't do anything except the opportunity cost of playing it. Now, we do have a couple defends here. 2 defends, demon form, which I'm just going to set aside. There's no way we're using that this combat. And we can play all of these cards, but we're going to start with Pommel Strike. Okay, and we're going to Pommel Strike this bird because he's just going to... Wait, let's see what they're going to do. Attack for 3, yeah. We're Pommel Striking this guy. He's out. He's done. We get to draw a card. Heavy Blade also in the useless category. Doesn't do anything extra. So, I don't think there's a good way for us to defeat either of these guys. Like, we can't do 2 separate attacks. We have... Oh, yes, we could. Yes, we could. Okay, but we can't attack the guy who's attacking us, which is unfortunate. So we're going to just play this conservatively. We're going to play our 2 defends. It gets us the 2 block we need in order to not take damage. Okay? And then we can play one or the other of these. We have 2... They both do 1 damage. It doesn't matter. So we're just going to play a strike. And we're going to strike this bird in the hope that we can, like, you know, cleave him down later, basically. So they both have 2 HP now. This guy's going to attack us twice for 1 each. No big deal. And this guy's going to gain a strength. We'll get our 5 cards again. We're back to 3 energy. Let's roll the die, see what we get. A 6, we can choose anything to activate. So let's take a look at what we've got here. Well, we have Whirlwind, which basically means we win, right? These guys are gonna, attack for 3 or for a total of 5 damage, but they only attack if they aren't dead, right? And we can just use our 6. We can trigger any of our things. So we'll just gain 2 energy on principle, and then we'll play our Whirlwind plus 1. So we'll do 1 damage 6 times. So these guys all die. We attack them 6 separate times for 1 damage each, and they are super mega dead, and we are super mega happy. That was the card we wanted in like the first round. Took us a little while to scale into it, but we got it eventually. So I believe we would just return these minions back to their deck, and then we collect our rewards from the bird. We gain 1 coin. Turns out birds don't have a lot of money. And we gain 1 card, but we also heal 1 HP. So we're back to full. And what am I doing? It goes here. And we can take a card if we want. Ooh, golden ticket. Yes, please. Okay. We know what card we're taking. We're going to take this golden ticket. So the golden ticket, there's no question here. This lets us just take a rare card. We get the rare card. We don't get to choose or anything like that. We just take it. And that's it. So that sounds nice to me. I like that. Something I want to check real quick. I don't know why or where this would be. Shouldn't take long. Oh, I found where it talks about the X cards. Anyways, I just wanted to see if it said something about the golden ticket in here specifically, but it doesn't. So, whatever. We are just going to enjoy our rare card. Can't be added to your deck when you reveal a golden ticket. Oh, I see. We reveal a rare card and it's in the options for what we can choose. I was confused about the wording on it. Okay, so we can either, you should reveal the rare card and then choose. Oh, look at that. Thank you. Yeah, I was confused because it said reveal, and I was like, why would I reveal it? That doesn't make sense. But of course it does make sense in the context of I'm adding it in lieu of the golden ticket. I don't just simply take it. Okay, so I can either gain Clothesline, which weakens and does a bunch of damage, Body Slam, which does damage equal to my block. I don't have a lot of block in my deck, or I can take Impervious, which just gives me 6 block, but gets exhausted. So when I use it, it gets exhausted. If I keep it in my hand and just end up discarding it, I could use it again if I draw it again later. I'm going to take Impervious because I don't have a lot of block in my deck anyway, and that, am I going to get Impervious into my hand when I need it? Probably not, knowing my luck, but it's worth a try anyhow. So, ooh, Impervious. Yeah, it's nice. It's nice. It's weird the scaling on the cards, because in the video game, Impervious, I think it's 30 armor, right? Like it's like everything's like 5 times higher in the video game. 3 to 7, maybe. I don't know. Anyways, okay, so let's choose a path here. So we know we don't need to go shopping. We got $6, and if we go this way, we're either shopping once, doing only a couple combats, and then resting. That sucks. So we basically choose, do we want a couple extra events? Oh, hey, a raid. Hey, Luza, imagine Luza, imagine seeing you here. Loozapalooza, thanks for that raid. Welcome in. Nice to see you. Let me give you a quick shout out. For those of you on YouTube, just got raided on Twitch, so our good friend Losapalooza brought in their community. Welcome in. Let me know what you guys were doing. For those of you who don't know me, I'm James Opcost, and we play board games here. Usually physical games on the table. It's what I love and want to share with all of you. So today we are playing actually a board game adaptation of a video game, Slay the Spire. So you came in at a really good time. We were just setting up or just getting into Act 2 here. So in Slay the Spire, our goal is to make it to the end of to the top of the tower, kill the bad guy, you know? And we do that over here on this map. We're gonna kind of traverse this tower, and we get to choose what type of things we're gonna do. We can, we can go fight guys. We can fight elite guys. Take little rests, do some events, all that sort of thing. And as we do that, it's ostensibly a deck building game. So we've got a deck of cards here that we're gonna use, and we're gonna put out enemies and try to defeat them. And this is a roguelite game, which if you're not familiar with roguelite games, a common thing with them is permadeath. So we're going to enter combat, and we're either beating the enemy or they beat us. And if we die, well, that's the end of the game, and we have to start over way back. We're on Act 2 here. We finished Act 1, so we made it through the first act to the boss, defeated them. And now we're on Act 2. There's 3 acts. This is the first time we've played the board game version of this, but I have played the video game a lot. There's late pledge this one. No news on when they'll be sending it out, but I play this a lot on my phone. Oh wow, I didn't even know it would be a totally reasonable mobile game. I've played it a lot on PC, and I would say that Luza, if you're familiar with the video game, like I'm sure you can imagine as a fellow board game enjoyer, that it seems pretty straightforward for there to be a board game adaptation, and it turns out that that's true. I think they've done a really good job of translating the video game to a board game and handling some of the things that would be a little clunky, like vulnerable and the way that would work, and just stacking effects and hand limits and things. Overall, a couple little tweaks, but it feels very familiar. So those of you who have played Slay the Spire before, you'll feel right at home here. Yeah, it is awesome. Late pledges are Woggers is on YouTube here in my YouTube chat, because I stream on both YouTube Live as well as here on Twitch. And he mentioned earlier that he was playtesting this game and says that late pledges are coming in about a month. So pretty soon then. Which is pretty cool. Yeah, my copy of this game arrived like last week, and I think I was like, I've been trying to kickstart less stuff lately, because it can be problematic. I'll say that. And this was something that was like a day one pledge for me. I really enjoyed the Slay the Spire video game, and it was just like, yeah, it seemed like a really, like, there was no way that this was going to do a board game adaptation and it was going to feel like, inspired by, but totally different. The mechanics just lend themselves so well to a deck building board game, So I was really excited about it, and so far it's been great. So let's get into it. I don't know if I'm using this playmat correctly. I'm just doing it how it worked for my space. I've got all my relics here that I've been accumulating. Alkali Metal was in chat earlier, and he has aggressively encouraged me to take every curse possible. So we actually have I feel like a disproportionately high number of relics on the go here. These work a little differently than in the video game. We actually roll a die every combat round, and most of them are triggered on certain die results. So like, for instance, our Gremlin Horn here is going to let us either draw a card or gain energy, but only on results of 4 or 5, right? And we gain a loaded die as a little bit of a hack as a solo player, because you can play this with up to 4 people. And of course, everyone would have their relics, and multiple things are going to trigger. And the loaded die we get as a solo player, which means that on results of 6, we get to just choose one other die ability to use. That's kind of cool. So yeah, overall, feels like a good approximation of the game. Relics feel familiar. There are a few, like I've got the anchor here. It just gives me two armor in my first round of combat. And that's kind of the overall biggest change. It's like all the values in the video game got scaled down by a factor of 3 to 7. So like we have 10 HP and the bosses have like 40 instead of 300, you know? That sort of thing. All right, so where were we? We were deciding on a path to take right when you raided in. So we literally just set up Act 2. Perfect time to come in. And we resolved our first round of combat here. We start with just a normal combat every time, and then we have to choose a path. Now, I'm playing as the Ironclad. The Ironclad heals a little bit after every combat, just a little. But I kind of want to take some fights. But I am a little bit of a wimp, so I think I'm going to take this middle path. I'm going to come this way, and that gives us an option. If things go badly, we can always run away and come rest, and then do an elite fight. If we're feeling spicy, we can just do an elite fight first and then rest. We'll see. But we're going to take this path here in the middle, because I guess what about this path? We could shop. We have $7. We could buy a relic. We'd gain some money here. Let's live dangerously. Let's go this way. See what happens. Okay, so we get to flip out one of the Act 2 like event cards here. We got the Cursed Tome. So you find a giant book riddled with cryptic writings. Do we take it? We gain a rare card and a curse. Been there, done that. Do we read it? We add a random rare card to our deck but lose 2 HP. Or do we skim it? We gain a normal card but only lose 1 HP. We are going to continue true to form. We have taken every curse possible. We're going to take the good thing and a curse. So instead of adding a random one, I think this means gain that we get to pick from 3. So just like usual. Limit break, double your strength. That could be okay. We do have demon form. We have a max of 8 strength though, so I don't know how useful that is. Double tap this turn, your next attack is played twice. Or Juggernaut, whenever you gain block, deal 1 damage. I don't actually know which of these I like the best. Limit break, if we were feeling completionisty. Everything is also designed to be quicker in the board game. Combats are usually around shorter, sometimes 2. Designers wanted to keep the tabletop experience moving. Yeah, I think that's evident. I think it's slower overall, but like not. If it was 1-to-1, it would be much slower. That's cool. So there's an achievements list here, which we can work on for fun if we wanted to, you know. And one of those things we could do is we could try to hit the strength limit of 8. We could just cheese the achievements list by going for a limit break if we wanted. But double tap's always fun. Your next attack is played twice. That has a lot of flexibility. We did just add a couple AoE attacks to our deck, and we do have the Whirlwind Plus, the upgraded version, which always does like 1 additional. Let's take double tap. Let's double tap. Okay. I'm happy with that. But how unhappy am I going to be with the curse we get? I don't know. We got Clumsy, unplayable but ethereal. This is the least bad curse. So basically, ethereal means you have to play it the round you get. If you don't play it, it gets exhausted. Because this is unplayable, that just means it gets exhausted, and it happens at most once per combat. That's not bad. That is the least bad curse. I'm okay with that. All right. So let's shuffle up our deck here, and we're gonna move over on the map to another normal combat. So I think I'm ready to crush these guys. We got a bird last time. I don't love the birds. I don't love any of the enemies, really. I really didn't want to fight the gremlin knob, the elite in Act 1, and it happened. It felt like I knew it was inevitable. But it was less bad than in the, it was less stat checky than in the video game. Now, let's see what we get. We get a Snecko. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I don't love the Snecko fight. I don't love it. All right. Start of turn. If Snecko is in your row, which it always will be because there's only one row, the first card you play this turn costs the confused value. Ah, okay. I was wondering if confusion was really going to be a thing here because I didn't know how they would do it. And this looks like a really practical way. So every round of combat, we roll a die, and it's going to affect which relics we have available, but it also affects the AI here. So he's going to do a different amount of damage depending on what we roll, and it's also going to change that confused value. And instead of it affecting all of our cards, normally it just sort of randomizes your card costs. This one will instead just change the value of the first card we play. So it could be that we're playing a high value card for less, or the opposite. We'll have to wait and see, I guess. Okay, so we start with 3 energy. We have 2 block, actually, because this is our first round of combat. Our anchor does that for us. And we are going to roll the die here. We rolled a 1, which used to be worthless to us. We used to get nothing on a 1. But now we do get to use our Mercury Hourglass over here. It says, deal 1 damage to any row. Now, unfortunately for us, the Snecko has 23 health. So 1 damage to any row is great for like those AoE fights with lots of other enemies. But doing, a couple percent, 5% of his health is not that lucrative. Now, with a 1, our confused value is 2. So our first card costs 2 no matter what it says on its face value. And he's going to attack us for 3 damage. We currently have 2 block. So let's see what we drew. We got a horrible hand. So we got double tap. Your next attack is played twice. Cool in some situations, not cool in this one. We got 2 defends and 2 strikes. We basically got like a starter hand. Okay. Oh no, Snecko. Yes, I hate Snecko. I hate Snecko. Now we know the first card we play is going to cost 2, but all of these cards cost 1. So it just we don't get to sneak out our demon form for 2 or something, which is of course what we were hoping would happen. So I think what we're going to do here is we're going to defend. That's going to cost us 2 energy. We'll gain a block. That means we won't take any damage from the Snecko. And then we'll strike for 1 damage. Not a very effective turn, but just the way it goes. Because yeah, we otherwise had another strike and another defend, and that's it. Boo. All right, so our friend Snecko here is going to attack us for 3. We have 3 block. We're fine. Nothing bad happens, and we're on to our next round of combat. I will say I'm actually really impressed the way that the combat actions work. Some cards are like this where it's randomized. Others have like a procedural thing that really it's very straightforward, but it perfectly approximates like some of the boss fights where, in the first round they're going to do like a unique thing, like they're kind of sleeping for the first round or whatever, and then they have like a sequence of actions. It does a really good job of approximating that, and I think just overall, it's pretty clever. I'm impressed with how this has worked. All right, so we rolled a 2. 2 is pretty good for us. We can deal 1 damage to any row. Hey, we're gonna death by 1,000 cuts, Snecko. That's 1 damage. He's down to 20 health. But we also gain 2 energy. So we have 5 energy this turn. And that's about it. That's about where the good news starts. Now, we got stops rather. We got we're gonna get attacked for 3, okay? And our first card is going to cost us 2 to play. Okay? So we have got, in our hand here, we've got Sever Soul that lets us exhaust cards. We can exhaust this curse. It doesn't actually matter. It's ethereal. It's going to go away anyway, but it means we're not exhausting one of our other cards. I think basically we can play everything in our hand here, and that's pretty much what we're going to do. So we're going to start. We can't gain any strength or anything like that. We're going to start with Sever Soul. So this says 3 attack, exhaust 1 card from your hand. We'll exhaust our curse. Exhausted cards don't get shuffled back into our deck, but they will get shuffled back at the end of combat. So they're temporarily removed. So that costs us actually 2, which is its face value anyway. So our confusing Snecko didn't really affect us that much. And he takes 3 damage. He's down to 17 health. We're getting there, just very slowly. We'll play our defend card before I forget. It costs us 1 energy. We gain a block. That's as good as our block is going to get this round. It's the only one we've got. And then we've got Heavy Blade and Whirlwind. Now, Whirlwind Plus, this is a little different than the video game. This is an X card, so we get to choose how much energy to spend. In the video game, you just spend all of your remaining energy, but here we get to say whatever we want. And because we've upgraded it, it's X+1. We can actually play it as a 0 and still get its effect, which is exactly what we're going to do. We're going to play our Heavy Blade for 2. Does 3 damage. He's down to 14. Each strength adds +3, but we haven't gained any. And then we're going to play our Whirlwind for 0, but we get it 1 time. So we're going to do 1 damage with that Whirlwind. Now our Snecko here is going to attack us for 3. We block 1, but we're going to take 2 damage. Sad, but true. All right. I feel like I don't want to add very many more cards to this deck. It's feeling big enough for sure. Okay, so what do we got here? Wow, we're not blocking anything, I'll tell you that much. All right, so we're gonna roll and get a 2 again. Okay, so we gain 2 additional energy. We can do 1 damage to any row. We're gonna pick this one. And what do we got? We got Rupture. Rupture gives us strength at the cost of HP. Bash does some damage and gives them a vulnerable. Vulnerable in the card game, the board game here, makes your next attack do double. Okay. Pommel Strike lets us do a little card draw, and Cleave lets us attack everybody. So overall, we probably have lethal damage here without using our Rupture and taking any extra damage. We don't even take damage, you just lose an HP. You can't block it, right? So let's think this out. We have, once again, our first card we play costs 2, because the Snecko has just been confusing us in the same way every time. Okay, so the good news is Bash is probably what we want to lead with anyway. If we lead with Bash, we're going to do 2 damage and apply a vulnerable, and it's not going to cost us any extra. It only costs 2 anyhow. So let's do that. We'll bash him. He's down to 10. He's vulnerable. Our next attack does double. And we're at 3 energy. Now, either our Cleave or our Pommel Strike. Maybe we can't do lethal. We can't do 10 damage with these. I was mistaken. So we're going to potentially... Yeah, we're still not going to use Rupture because we don't want to lose 1 HP. That would be better, like, in an extended fight, fine. But we can take no damage and then kill this guy next turn, I think. So we're just going to set this aside. We're not going to worry about that. I think what we're going to do is we're going to Pommel Strike him. On principle, card draw, we should have happen early in our turn. We don't want to leave it to late, or else we might draw something and not be able to play it or whatever, right? So we'll pay 1, and we'll do 2 damage to him. He's down to 8 HP, and we get to draw a card. We got Impervious, which is... This is not the time we need it. So we're just going to pretend that never happened. We can play both of these other ones. And we're going to strike him for 1. And we're going to cleave him for 2. That uses all of our energy. And then we're going to use our self-forming clay. Self-forming clay here says, once per combat, we may gain 3 armor if we lost HP this combat, which we have. So we will gain 3 armor. And our friend the Snecko is going to hit us for 3, but we have 3 armor and everybody's happy. All right. We have to do 5 damage this turn to put the Snecko down. I'd really like to do that. I'd really, really like to get rid of this guy. We rolled at 1. Okay, so he's still confusing us in the same way. But we get to do 1 damage to any row. That's going to be the Snecko, unsurprisingly. He's now down to 4 health, and he's going to hit us for 3. And our first card that we play costs 2. So we can get Demon Form for cheaper, but it's totally worthless to have it right now. And this might be like the only hand possible where we can't actually do 5 damage. Or 4, I guess we need to do. So, let's see here. We can do Clash. We can never play Clash because you can only play it if every card in your hand is an attack. And we have a curse. And we can't get rid of that curse. We have no way to exhaust. Even if we played our other cards so that we only had attacks left, we have that curse card. So we're kind of stuck. It does a really good job in evoking the video game so well. Looking like, flowing like, I agree. Totally. It is a little goofy that we got the same die roll 4 times in a row. That's a little silly, but that's the only thing. So, it's looking like we might as well play Demon Form, even though it's pretty worthless, because we're going to be here for an extra round. We cannot do 4 damage. We got a pretty unlucky draw, but Demon Form is going to give us an extra strength at the start of every turn. That'll just help us end things next turn. Okay? So that costs us 2 instead of 3. And then we know we can't play Clash, so we're either doing 1 damage or gaining 1 block. And we are on the path toward the elite. So I think we're going to gain the block, because I would really, if I end up only being able to do 3 damage next turn, I'm going to be really sad. But I think we're going to gain the block and play this conservatively. So, our Snecko friend, we're out of energy. Our Snecko friend attacks us for 3. We block 1 of those. We take 2 additional damage. This fight has not been good for us overall. And the rewards are kind of crap, too. Did I remember to do the vulnerable and hit him for double? I don't know if I did. I hope so. I feel like it didn't. I feel like it didn't, and it might have been significant. It wouldn't have been 4 significant. Probably was only 1 damage or something. Whatever. Oh. All right. So we get our 5 cards again. 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, we can make this work. We can make this work. We can even play Clash, because everything in our hand is an attack, and we gain a strength. So strength makes all of our attacks do 1 additional damage. And we rolled a 1 again. Oh my god. Okay. So we deal 1 damage to any row. I wonder which row it's going to be. Okay, and then we're just going to play our Clash for free and deal 4 damage, because everything in our hand is an attack, and the Snecko's dead. Okay. The Snecko is dead. That was a little rough, honestly. But we gain a buck big, and we gain a normal card. Whenever you exhaust a card, gain a block. That actually, honestly, well, exhaust, we're not going to exhaust that much. Having a second heavy blade doesn't feel terrifying, but I feel like our problem isn't that a lack of a, well, I don't know. What is the problem with our hand? We didn't have a lack of attacks. We don't have a ton of block in our deck, but it's been enough. We're not going to actually exhaust very often, so I think that this is pretty worthless to us. We could also just take nothing. It might be time to stop adding things, but I feel like we have Demon Form. We owe it to ourselves to take a second Heavy Blade. All right. So we heal 1 at the end of that fight. We're at 7. 7's not bad. 7's not bad. The question is, where do we want to go on our map here? Okay, so we have $7. I thought we had 7 and should have 8, but we have $7. We can go shopping and then go to an elite. Hey, well, now's not when I want the slider cam. We can go shopping and then do an elite fight. Or we could do a normal fight, rest, and then do an elite. I don't know. I feel like in the video game, I would go this way 100% of the time because I'm a big advocate of just trying to min-max early, and if you die, you just play again. The pace here is a little slower overall, and I feel a bit more invested and a little scared. But of course, the problem is if you don't end up with like relics and stuff from elites, then you're weak and you just get your butt kicked in Act 3, right? So, I'm not sure. I'm not sure. What do we think? I don't want to go this way to a normal combat and then an elite. I mean, that Snecko kind of kicked my butt, honestly. Why don't I go this way? I'm going to go this way. I'm going to do normal, rest, because then I can heal up, kill the elite, and then from here there's decent choices about whether I want to do additional combats or not. And in fact, I could skip some combats and just upgrade a card maybe. Let's do that. Okay, so we're going to a normal, see what we get. Shelled Parasite. Okay, so this is the other like system for dealing with like logic for what the enemy does. So it's going to do this first attack, 4 attack and 2 armor, but it's only going to do that once, and then it's going to just do the bottom 2, like top to bottom. So it'll do the second action, the second turn, this one the third turn, and then back to the top, like to the top highest red icon, which I feel like is a really good like approximation of enemies in the game. There's lots that do one thing like for just a round at the start of combat, that sort of thing. So okay, I'm gonna shuffle this a little better. I feel outclassed by these enemies. I felt like Act 1 was, you know, this feels like Slay the Spire. Act 1 was easy. Act 2 usually feels pretty easy, but I don't know. I'm not sure. I mean, I was getting encouraged to make some probably suboptimal choices about my deck building, and I listened to chat. Probably not worth it, but here we are. Okay, so our Shelled Parasite has 18. We're going to start with 2 armor because of our anchor. And let's see what we roll. He's going to try to attack us for 4, which is a little yucky. We rolled a 1 again. I swear to God, this die, like we roll 1 and 3 almost all the time. Okay, so 1. We're doing 1 damage. He's down to 17. At least we do something now. Before it was we got nothing on that, right? First time chat. I've spent too much time playing the video game to board game conversion mod. I'm going to take too many risks when the physical game finally arrives. It's true. I'm back now. I would never encourage suboptimal choices. It definitely wasn't you. It was literally you, Alkali. Also, Lua Viper, welcome in. Nice to see you. Tell me about the video game to board game conversion mod. Like, Is that in like, is that a mod for the actual game, or is that like is that something that somebody has released in order to play the Slay the Spire video game with the board game rule set, or is that like something else entirely, like it's in table like TTS or something? I don't know. I don't know anything about it. I've played the video game a lot, and I've played this. Well, this is my first run through, so I would never do such a thing. Yeah, Alkali. All right, so let's see where we're at here. We have 2 armor. We are gonna get attacked for 4. We're gonna get a potion out of this, which will be kind of nice. We have 2 defend cards, so we could take 0 damage. We also have our rupture, which, like, this seemed good early because, you know, we gain a strength at the cost of 1 HP, and of course our character heals 1 HP at the end of combat. But it doesn't feel that good anymore. I'm feeling like combats are hard enough that it's difficult to use. Of course, the problem is, if we want to defend all of the damage, we can't actually use either of our other cards because they cost 2. Unlucky. We are about to rest, but resting, we heal 3, right? Like, it's not that good. I mean, it's good, but we wanted to rest and then go kill an elite. That was our goal. We don't want to come out of this with 3 HP and then die. Whatever, we're just going to try this. We're going to play our 2 defends to get enough armor to block, and we're going to lose an HP so that we can gain a strength, because that also allows us to use our self-forming clay, which isn't in our hand and potentially blocks 3 damage. So let's just do it. At the risk of self-promotion, it is on the Slay the Spire Steam Workshop. Ah, okay. Ooh, I might need to look into that. They'll need to rebuy Slay the Spire. Interesting. Yeah, I've been playing Slay the Spire a lot. I convinced my daughter to try, and she's been struggling a little bit, but it's been fun. I played it. I feel like I played Slay the Spire when it was new, and I played it like an absurd amount, and then like I let it sit for a long time. I played it a little bit again. Once again, I I don't know, played it at some absurd amount, did it like, oh, one more run for like a week or whatever, and then I set it aside for a year. I keep doing that as a cycle, and I started playing it again because the board game showed up, you know? All right. I guess I didn't resolve his attack. He attacks us for 4, which is like whatever. We don't take any damage, but he does gain 2 armor. And then he is going to he's going to make us vulnerable, which I don't love. I don't love that at all. So, okay. Oh god, our draw this turn has been not favorable at all. Let's roll this die and see what we get. We rolled at 5. 5 is really good for us. 5 gives us 1 additional energy. It gives us 3 armor, actually 4 armor, and 1 energy. So 5 is like our best roll possible. So that actually kind of salvages this hand, because it probably means we owe it to ourselves to play Demon Form. It's my favorite thing for Ironclad, period. Right? We can play Demon Form for 3. We got 1 energy left. We're gonna gain an extra strength at the start of each turn. So we just scale, and it's fun. And then double tap lets us do our next attack twice. We don't have enough energy to actually use it and an attack. We could use defend, but we're only taking 3 damage, and we have 4 armor, so we don't need that. So we can just do a strike. We do have 1 strength, so we would do 2 with that, but he has 2 block, so we actually don't do any damage. This is why we need to scale with Demon Form. We'll slowly scale. Okay? Now, he's going to attack us for 3. We have enough armor that we do not care. And then he is going to hit us with vulnerable. So, that sucks. I don't want to take double damage next round. And then he gains 2 armor again. What a jerk. All right, but it's the start of the next turn. We gain a strength. We got 2 additional strength. Let's find one of those two heavy blades and end this guy. I think that's the goal here. We did find one of them. All right, so let's roll. We got a 4. 4 is our other really good one. So 4 lets us gain an armor, which is good because I forgot to reset the thing. We get to draw a card. And we get to deal 4 damage. So we can just get rid of that armor and deal 2. Now he's going to attack us for 2, but we are vulnerable. We will take double. So we got to be mindful of that. We found our injury, so that sucks. And I definitely need to sneeze. So 1 second. All right. Apparently I just suppressed that and it was okay. So what we really wanted to see here, of course, was the old double tap, right? Which we didn't get. But that's okay. That's okay. So the question is, can we just kill him, right? He is currently at 15 health. So we would have to do 15 damage in 1 round, which feels like a lot. It feels like a lot. But it might be possible. Our heavy blade does 3 plus 3 per strength. So we would do 9 damage with this. He would have 6 health left. Can we do 6 damage? We can do 5. No, we can't. But we can whirlwind, and our whirlwind is X plus 1. So we can spend 1 on this. We would whirlwind twice, and we would do 3 damage 2 times. That's 6. So our heavy blade into a 1 value whirlwind will cost us our 3 energy, and it will do 16 damage, or 15 damage rather, which is exactly how much health he has. Perfect. So let's do that. We spend all our energy, we do 15 damage. See you later, shelled parasite. You're gone. He's hideously ugly, by the way. Like, look at... What are these things up here coming out of his shell? I don't know. Those make me uncomfortable. I don't like that. I don't like that. All right. So our rewards, we gain a potion. What do we get this time? A skill potion. The next skill you play this turn is played twice. So skills are generally things like, defend cards and stuff like that. And then we gain a card. But I think we're at the point here. Our deck feels, pretty solid. I don't know that we need to add a lot. I keep saying that, and then I keep being tempted to add more every time. This is my problem when I play the digital game as well, right? It's like anger here. Cost 0, 1 damage, and put this card on top of your draw pile. So we just keep getting it back every round. If we're scaling with strength, that's super good. Right? Likewise, the only problem we have with our deck is not enough armor. And, just a few more ways to get a little bit more armor for those longer fights might be really nice to have. What it feels like more than anything, like, look at this deck. It feels huge. It feels huge. I want to get rid of these strikes so bad, but I don't really have a great way of doing that, Okay, we're gonna continue playing stupid. We're gonna add this anger card because I like it. I like it that much. We're just gonna put it in there. Okay. I'm effectively thinning my deck. I'm gonna pick up strikes less often because I have more other cards. That's my logic there. Okay, now we do heal 1 at the end of that combat. So the question is, we have 7. Do we go heal to full and then do the elite? Or do we do the elite first and then heal? I don't think there's any compelling reason why we would do the elite first, right? We can go heal, elite, event, heal, or something like that. Or if we trounce this elite, we could come and do this other one. right? But we have all the options. Like, this is very, like, event heavy up at the top of the board here. So let's just go here and heal. We'll gain... I mean... Wait a second. Let's take a look here. We could upgrade. Let's just take a look for a second here. Fundamentally, also this makes me... Who is the Act 2 boss? I don't know. Am I supposed to reveal it? I thought we revealed it when we got there, I assumed. But I don't know. Demon Form Plus only costs 2. That makes it a lot easier to play out. I could upgrade and just greed and hope I don't get my ass kicked on this next fight. That's an option. I love Armaments. Armaments is like one of the best, you know, one of the best cards in this deck, if not the best. Armaments Plus is outrageously valuable, right? I don't know. Okay, Alkali. You choose the boss at the start, at act start, and put it face down on the skull icon. Okay, so that's what I did. I put the boss up here, which I presume is the champ based on the icon, but I don't actually know. I didn't look at it. I just shuffled them up and threw it up there. Okay, I'm going to continue taking Alkali's bad advice. I'm going to get upgraded Demon Form because there's something innately fun about Demon Form where you just scale and punch things in the face. I don't care if it's an optimal way to play or whatever, it's fun. So we're going to get upgraded Demon Form so that we can play it and not just that's our turn. Because we really don't have a lot of ways to gain additional energy. Alkali's Oh, it's the champ. Okay, there you go. Excuse me, Alkali's advice is great. Listen, I've made it this far. You know, I'm doing pretty okay. I'm doing pretty okay. Whoa, I lost that. I'm not doing okay. My shuffling has not gotten better. I loathe shuffling sleeved cards. I would say that's it. I have two misgivings about this game. And those are that the cards all have to be sleeved, which I appreciate why. I understand, it makes sense. It's a really practical way to do it for the upgrades. But I don't like sleeved cards generally. And my other misgiving is I'm so irrationally angry about this. I don't want to take this card out and flip it this way. I can't describe... I want to flip it this way. I cannot describe why that makes me as angry as it does. But now I've mentioned it like 10 times this stream. So apparently the anger is real. Pretty okay is my life's vibe. I like that. I like that. Pretty okay. Hey, pretty okay is a good place to be. You know? All right. We decided to greed. Let's hope we don't regret it. We could skip if we were like an absolute wimp. Look, if we were scared, we could just do a normal combat instead of the elite. But that wouldn't be fun, right? So let's do the elite. What could go wrong? What could go wrong? Oh, it's the Book of Stabbing. One of my other like least favorite elites. He likes to stab, you know? And I don't love getting stabbed, as it turns out. Painful stabs after Book of Stabbing Axe. Gain a daze if it dealt unblocked damage to you. I think these are called days. I don't actually remember. Put on top of your draw pile, unplayable and ethereal. So they just waste one of your card draws for a round. It's set up like that so you can see the upgrade text without fully removing the card. But yes, it's a bit weird. Oh! Okay, so it's intentional so that I can like do this? Okay, well that's actually that's wholly redeeming, if I'm honest. I was so blinded by irrational anger that hadn't occurred to me. But that's actually kind of clever. I feel much better about this now. Flipping on the short edge seemed arbitrary and stupid, but there's an actual reason for it, and that feels okay. All right. So we start, because of our anchor, at 2 block. Unless the upgrade affects the cost. True. But that's still kind of whatever. It's at least some amount. It's partway into the redemption arc, I guess. It's better than just like we chose it this way. I don't know. I know it's petty and arbitrary, but it's like playing a game. It's like playing a game, and whether if you have a preference about like the vertical axis and whether it's reversed or not, inverted. It has to be inverted, or like. There's nasty words I'm not going to say on stream for what I think of you. It has to be inverted if you're playing like an FPS or something with a controller. I'll stand by that forever. Flipping the card, it's the same. It's that same like thing. It's like there's an innate way that it feels like it needs to be. All right. So what we get? We got to roll the die here. We got 2 armor to start, which is enough for us to manage our way through this first round of combat. We rolled a 2, which is really good for us. We have 5 energy. And we get to deal 1 damage to any row. This guy has 30. We're just gonna like, yeah, we're gonna be sad. He has 29 now. See ya, nerd. And he's not gonna do any damage to us this round. But one of the really big challenges with this Book of Stabbing is that every round he gains strength, and then once he starts hitting us, our card draw gets way less effective. That sucks. We don't like that. So, what do we got? We have all this extra energy, and we got Impervious, which we can use, but it gets exhausted, so we don't want to. We did get Anger. That's cool. We don't have any extra strength or anything. I guess I should move these away. So basically, I think we're starting with, we're doing the right thing. We're leading with Pommel Strike because it gives us card draw. We're going to do 2 damage, and we're going to draw a card. We got a useless card, but hey, it's a card. And we still have 4 energy, so we are going to play the useless defend on purpose, or like on principle. We have 3 block now. Haha. We'll play Anger. We do a damage, and then we place this. Oh, I could have drawn Anger a second time, I guess. I wanted something else though. I wanted to get like demon form or something. Anyways, we deal a damage with our Anger, which is free, and then we spend 2 on our 2 strikes in order to do 2 more damage. We got him down to 24 so far. He's going to attack us twice. We have 3 block. We're fine. And everyone's happy. Everyone's happy. It's not that we didn't play our Impervious, so it doesn't get exhausted. It's not the first turn we were hoping for, but it was okay. Now this time he's going to attack us for 3. And he gained a strength, so he's in fact going to attack us for 4. So it's immediately getting shitty, and I feel like I tried to min-max, and we're going to die here, but we'll see how it goes. We'll see how it goes. Surprising no one, we found our Anger, Bash, Strike, and Defend. So it's looking like we are taking some damage here, unless we are quite lucky with our roll. If we roll a 5, we're okay. We did roll a 5. Well, that's pretty sweet. Okay, so 5 gives us 4 armor. Exactly what we needed, as it turns out. And we get to gain an energy. So we have 4 energy and 4 armor. And we're kind of okay with that. So, I think we can just play everything in our hand again. We're going to play our Defend card. Gives us an extra armor because it makes us feel more secure. I don't know. I think I'm going to play Bash last because Vulnerable stays, and I don't want to waste a Vulnerable on a 1 damage card. I want to hope that I get like Heavy Blade or something. So, we can strike for 1. We can be angry for 0, and it goes back on top. Or 0 energy, but it does 1 damage. And then we can bash him for 2. So he's down to 20 HP. Our clumsy goes away. It's ethereal. I'll just set it in the exhaust pile. It's coming back soon enough. And he's vulnerable. He's going to attack us for 3. We're not going to take any damage. We're going to be happy about that. But he's going to gain a strength. And we're basically in... He has 20 HP and is going to start hitting us right in the face now. I'm scared territory. So... we found anger. We found our other thing. Oh, okay. This was... Okay. So, let's roll the die. Let's see what we get. Let's see what we get. We might be lucky here. That rolled way off screen, but it is a 2. So, 2 gives us 2 energy. So I think we are lucky. It also lets us deal 1 damage. So he's down to 19. Aha! We're living the dream. It's a slow scaling dream, but it is a dream. So we have 5 energy, which means we can actually play everything in our hand again, which is super sweet. So we're playing demon form, right? At the start of our turn, we're going to gain a strength. That doesn't help us this turn, but we can still feel good about it. We are going to start taking damage this round, so that's going to suck. But whatever. What are we going to do about it? We're going to play... So that costs us 2 energy. We're going to spend 2 energy on our heavy blade. So this does 3. Strength adds an additional 3, which, man, it would be sweet if we had, but we don't. But we still get to do 6 with it, because he is vulnerable. So he's down to 13. Not bad. We can play our defend. So that's going to give us 1 armor. And we're out of energy, but that means we can still play our anger for 1. Woo. And it goes back on top of our draw pile. We had our injury in our hand, but whatever. Now, unfortunately, does he just kill us here? Pretty close. We haven't lost any health yet, so we can't use our self-forming clay. And he has 2 strength, so he's going to attack us for 3 and then 3. So we have 1 armor. So he's going to hit us for 5. And then, because he dealt unblocked damage, we get to gain 1 of these. Put on top of your draw pile. Is that only when it comes up? No, I think it would make sense that it goes now. Yeah. Okay. I don't know. Let's see how we resolve that. Daze. Put a Daze card on top of your draw pile. All right. Exactly what we expected. So that hurt a lot. And now we know one of our... We're getting a... we know our 2 first cards here. I don't know, man. I don't know. We're going to gain a strength. He also gains a strength. And basically we have to kill him this round or die. Right? So... let's roll the dice. We rolled a 3. The one round where we're really struggling and the only die result that doesn't give us anything is what we got. Oof. I think we're dead here. But maybe we can eke it out. Let's see. Okay. We'll start with anger. Anger is going to do 2 damage. So he now has 10 HP. Okay? That was free. I'm just going to go back on top of our draw pile. We then can cleave for 1. That's going to do 3 damage. So he's now down to 7. And I think we can do 6. Shit! Okay. So I think we just miss both on defending or killing him. Okay, so we can whirlwind, right? If we whirlwind, we're gonna deal 2 damage x plus 1 times. We can use that. We can do that 3 times. That does 6 damage. That leaves him with 1 health, but 1 health isn't 0 health. Okay. Alternatively, we can defend. It's a skill. It gives us 1 defense. Okay, he's going to hit us for 6 this round. Okay? If we defend, that gives us 1. That's not enough. But we could use our skill potion, play defend twice. We would gain 2 defense, and our self-forming clay would give us 3 more. We would have 5. We would take 1 damage, which leaves us at 1 HP. So I think we can survive, but only barely. And then our whirlwind doesn't get him quite low enough, but it's close. We can just... I thought we only had 1 HP. We actually have 2. So we can survive. So we're going to use our skill potion. What a horrific waste of that. To gain 1 additional defense. Woo. Okay, we're going to get 2 block from that. We're going to use our self-forming clay because he's definitely hurt us. So we have 5 block. And we're going to play our whirlwind plus. That gives us 2 attacks of 2. Because we're going to spend 1 energy. So we get to hit him for 4. He's down to 3 HP. He's going to attack us for 3 plus 3, 6 damage. We have 5 block. We take 1 damage. We have 1 HP left. He gains a strength. I'm running out of strength tokens because I'm getting my ass kicked too bad. And because he did unblock damage, well, I'll just leave this one here because I mistakenly put this this card in my discard. But it should have gone away. It's ethereal, but instead we get another one anyhow. Now the good news is we have demon form. We gain an extra strength. We now have 2 strength. If we can hit him for 1, if we literally have a single attack card, he dies. So let's roll the die first. We rolled a 5. We got the really good one for us. I don't think it's good enough to matter this time. We gain 4 armor, and an energy. But 4 armor isn't going to save us from his 2 attacks of 5. So, did we get an attack? Well, you know we did. We got anger. I picked up one too many cards. But we can just kill him with the weakest attack that we have. We'll hit him with anger for 3. It costs us 0 energy and he's dead. Thank goodness it wasn't... I don't know about you guys. Wasn't even close. Wasn't even close. Remember that time I said, hey, we should go fight the elites? What could go wrong? Oh, we should upgrade this card. We got 7 HP. I'm feeling strong. Okay, the good news is we heal 1 at the end of combat, so we actually have 2 HP. So it's not all bad. And we do gain $2. So we have a decent pot of money here. We got $9. Okay. We gain a relic. Please let it be good. Runic Pyramid. Once per combat, retain any number of cards this turn. I like that so much more than the actual Runic Pyramid, which can be good or terrible depending on your build. And then we get a card, but like we're probably not taking cards anymore zone. Shrug it off. Burning Pact. And True Grit. I hate True Grit. Burning Pact, exhaust a card in your hand and then draw 2. We don't have enough energy in our build to make that really viable. And Shrug it off, 2 armor and draw a card. I mean, the one thing we're lacking in our deck is armor, but is 1 extra card going to make a difference? I don't know, but we're going to pretend it does. I'm going back every time. I'm like, we're not adding more cards. We're not adding more cards. And then every time I do it, I don't even feel bad either. Oh, wait. Hold on. Are we supposed to draw a better card? Not the special icon. Did I get this wrong? I think I did. I might have got it wrong on previous elites too. Upgraded card reward. The pick is immediately upgraded. Okay, well we're still taking Shrug It Off, but we get better Shrug It Off. Oh, I flipped it the wrong way. Oh, shit. Upgrade the card you chose. Act 2 and 3 only. Okay, good. So I didn't miss it. There you go. 3 armor and draw a card. That's pretty acceptable. Okay, so we survived the elite. I kind of regret everything. And our only viable choice here, we got 2 HP. We have to fight this boss, and we're gonna have half health leading into it. That's gonna suck. Okay. We cannot afford a combat, so we're just gonna go through a couple event things into a fire and rest. We're gonna really hope that none of those is a combat. I don't know if that happens in the board game version. But we're gonna see. So what do we get? What do we get? Something good. A note for yourself. Behind a loose brick, you find a folded card. It reads, "The heart awaits. This is your handwriting." Well, that's creepy as hell. Exchange. Give a player a card. Give a player a card in your deck. They give you a card in their deck that's literally irrelevant for solo play. Or take. Gain a card from another character's card rewards deck. That character doesn't have to be playing. Okay. Let's think here. Is there a card in one of the other decks, in the normal rewards? I'm trying to think of normal Slay the Spire. Is there something that we want that's going to be really useful for us in another player's deck? Like, we're going to add 1 card to this. It's not an upgraded card. I don't know that it's worth going searching for that. That's going to take like a long ass time. The objectively best event. Silent has gain 4 shivs. Defect has +1 strength, lose all orbs. I mean, that's true. Strength and losing orbs, it's like, I don't have any orbs to lose, who cares? The shivs could also work. I mean, shivs... I didn't actually read about how shivs work in here, but I'm assuming they work like they do in the video game, and they're 0 cost, like 1 damage or something. With our strength, you know, having lots of strength, that could be really useful. Shivs combo very well with demon form. You hold them as tokens and play them whenever. They're not actually cards. Okay, so there are these Shiv tokens over here that I've been staring at this whole time. Okay, we are absolutely digging that out. Let's see here. Riddle with holes. It's a skill. Gain 4 shivs. That would be a fun skill to have used the skill card on. I don't think you could actually gain 4. I think the max is, or gain 8 rather. I think the max is 5. Nonetheless. Okay, cool. We'll take that. We'll add it in. That's a nice event. I like that one. Okay, so we're going to the next event that we're hoping isn't a fight. The Golden Shrine. Do we pray and gain $2 or desecrate it and gain 7 and a curse? Listen, this is the only time we're not taking a curse. We're taking the $2 and we're happy. We're like, that's it. I'm not listening to you, Alkali. I don't need the money that bad. I don't care what you say. Shiv's combo very well. You need to draw. You still need to draw 3 random cards and pick one. Oh, from the fight or from the. Wait. Why do I need to draw 3 random cards and pick one? For this event? Oh. I don't get to just pick a card from the deck. I have to draw 3 from the character deck and pick one. That sucks. Okay. I can't just yoink the shivs. You're right. You're right. You're right. I got so excited by that idea that didn't occur to me. I haven't shuffled this enormous deck of rewards. And if I find, like, well, whatever. We'll give it a try. Risk reward from the silent deck. Yeah, I get it now. I was confused. I got too excited about the idea of shivs that just live outside my hand and could potentially do a lot of damage. And I just raced. Leave cards. Why do I hate you so? Man, I struggle to shuffle these. Okay. I'm going to hope that I've done a decent enough job and I don't just get like 3 of the same card. Sneaky Strike, Deflect, and Acrobatics. So we didn't find the one we want. Okay, 3 damage. If you discarded a card this turn, gain 2 energy. We don't have a lot of opportunity to discard. I don't think that's that great. 1 block, plus 1 block if you have a Shiv. Wouldn't that be a cool thing to have? Or draw 3 cards and discard 1. If we had more wombo combo stuff, this would work. We don't have the bandwidth to actually play this and do useful things. So I think we just take the Deflect. Call it a day. Is that the card I wanted to gain? No. Is it better than getting kicked in the teeth by a fight? Yes. All right. I still think you want the curse. You're going to die anyway. Why not make it more interesting? Listen, I've had lots of curses. We have been cursed. This whole run is cursed. Okay? It has been interesting. Been good. And we took the $2. We don't need $5 enough that it's worth gaining a curse. 0% chance. So, on the map here, we are... at the top here, we're going to fight the champ, but we're going to rest first. So we're at a whopping 5 HP. Surely that will be fine. And let's take a look at this this boss here. So the champ, I think this is probably where our run is coming to an end. He's going to have 40 HP. When we kill him, he gets all that health back because of his anger. When the champ reaches 0, he immediately heals 40 and enters Fury mode. And loses any vulnerability that we hit him with or anything like that. Perfect time for the camera to switch. Thanks for nothing. That time it did not help me. One more curse. I don't want one more curse, damn it, Alkali. Alright. So, our friend the champ. 40 HP. Effectively 80. We have 5. I'm not even scared, though. What could go wrong? We start combat with 2. I wish we had that anchor like every turn rather than once per combat, but we don't. We don't. So, we have an extremely massive deck of cards here. And let's see. We start at 3, not 4. What am I doing? We also have our clay available. So, let's roll. We rolled a 1. We had to do a 1 damage to the champ. It's better than not doing anything, but like, you know, it really doesn't feel that much better. And also, I've forgotten about this Akabeko the entire game. At least once, this probably could have saved us. Gain 1 strength for 1 attack. I feel like that might have been enough to give us enough to kill that Snecko that one time. And not take like 5 damage to the face or whatever. But too late now. Alright, let's see what we got. We started with Demon Form. That's a pretty good problem to have. Okay, we're playing Demon Form. 2 energy. At the start of our turn, we'll gain a strength. And we're also going to play our Deflect. That gets us a extra block for free. And we'll play our Defend, which for 1 energy gets us another block. That gives us enough block that we're not going to take any damage. And we have Demon Form now. Alright. That feels pretty good as an opener. The boss is going to hit us for 4. We block it all. Sadly, he's going to weaken us and gain a strength this time. And he already hits us for like 4 or 5 every time. So, you know, he doesn't hit us at all this coming round, but every other round, it's mean. We really gotta like scale up here fast and defeat this guy before he's just hitting us for 12 or something. That would have killed Book of Stabbing a turn earlier and saved your skill potion. That's what it was. There you go. It was the Book of Stabbing, not the Snecko. Oh well. I feel like there's so many times in playing Slay the Spire where I like play a card and as I like play it, I'm like, wait, ew. You know? So that just emulated that feeling. All right, so we gained 1 strength. He's not going to hit us this turn. We have nothing but strikes and stuff, which is kind of a little bit disappointing. So let's try pommel striking him and see what happens. If we gain like our impervious or something, I'm going to be really sad. But we do get to hit him for 3. We got Shrug It Off, which would have been really nice to have next turn. I regret it immediately. I regret everything immediately. Did I roll the die? Yes, I did. No, I didn't. I don't remember if I rolled the die. I think I didn't. I think that was the first turn. And I didn't roll it. Yeah, because we did 1 damage once, and that's the only time we've rolled it. Oh my god. We got a 4. A 4 lets us deal 4 damage and draw a card. We got another strike. That's kind of worthless. Alright, we have way more strikes than we can actually play. So let's just resolve it as fast as we can. We're going to play our Whirlwind. We get 2 + 1. We do 3 damage, or 3 attacks, 2 damage each time. So we're going to do 6 damage, using up all of our energy. So is that 26 now? There's no way we're winning this fight, I think. He's also going to give us a weakened, which sucks, and he gains a strength. Next turn, he's going to hit us for 6. Yikes. Alright, at least we got the demon form early. We're at 2 strength now. But without something like magical happening, this is going to be rough. Let's roll. We want a 5 really bad. We got a 4. We can do 4 damage with that. He's down to 22. I don't think we're putting up 22 damage this round, though. You know what I mean? We did get double tap, but we didn't get double tap and a heavy blade, which is what we need. Okay. So, we can do like 10 something damage and then probably basically die immediately. So that's unfortunate. Oh, hey, we should draw a card with our 4 from our gremlin horn. Hey, we top decked the heavy blade. There is a god. Okay, so we only have 3 energy, which is a real shame. Because we want desperately, if we double tap our heavy blade, we do 18 damage. No, because we're weakened, right? But we could use our anger to get rid of the weakened first. Because doesn't it only apply to 1 attack? Deal 1 damage on each attack in the next, and then remove the weakened token. Okay, so we could use our anger to get rid of our weakened. Let's do that. Okay, so we're going to play anger. Costs us 0. We have 2 strength. We would normally do 3, but instead we will do 2. But our weakened is going to go away. He's down to 20 HP. Now we can double tap our heavy blade. And the thing that's a real shame is we can almost play Clash and get him to 0 this turn. But we can't because we have this defend card. And if we play the defend card, then we can't double tap the heavy blade. And like, we gotta double tap the heavy blade, right? It will only affect the first heavy blade. Okay. Well, I mean, that would still get us there. It would do 3 extra damage. I immediately forgot the thing that I was like, hey, this could have saved me if I remembered it. And then I immediately forgot it. So let's do it. Once per combat, we'll gain 1 strength for 1 attack. And then we'll double tap our heavy blade. Okay? So when we double tap our heavy blade, our first heavy blade, we have 3 strength. So we do 3 plus 9, 12 damage. Okay? So he goes from 20 down to 8. And then for effectively the second time that heavy blade gets played, it does 9 damage. So he goes down to 0, and then we anger him, right? When the champ reaches 0, he immediately heals 40 per player. So he's back up to 40. And enters Fury mode. Move the cube now. So we put the cube down there. And basically, he doesn't kick our ass this turn. But he's going to spend this turn removing tokens, and he's going to kick our ass next turn. He's going to do 10 damage to us next turn. And I think that's where it's probably all over. But we'll see. We'll see. Yeah, we couldn't have used our Clash because we have this defend and we're out of energy. So, whatever. You know what? I mean, I'm potentially going to, like, die next turn. I don't know. None of these are good enough. I don't want to do that. Okay. We got 40 HP to get through. We made it halfway through the fight. We haven't taken a damage yet. I find that very surprising. So his turn, he just removes all weaken and vulnerable tokens. He doesn't have any. Okay? If we can survive this next hit, like if we can make it through this next turn, we can probably beat him. Or there's a chance anyway. He's going to hit us for 10. So we have to have at least 6 block or we're pooched, basically. And we haven't taken any damage, so we can't use our self-forming clay. Because we can only, it's once per combat 3 shield or block, but only if we've lost HP, and we haven't. So, see how it goes. Alright. What do we got? What do we got? What do we got? Impervious, 6 armor. Imagine that showing up right now. Okay, so we gain a strength. We have plus 3 strength. We're pretty huge. We're going to roll the die. We get a 4 that lets us deal 4 damage. So he's now at 36. We've rolled a lot of 4s. We also get to draw a card. Bash, that will let us make him vulnerable. So, that's pretty cool. Unfortunately, we will not be playing Bash because we only have 3 energy. And we absolutely need to play Impervious. So this gets exhausted, but it gives us the 6 block we need. So he's still going to hit us for 4. Like, we will be left with 1 HP, to be clear. But, like, more block wouldn't be bad. But hitting him would be better. So we can't bash, we can't sever soul. So we're either gaining 1 additional block, which isn't enough to save us anyway. Or we are hitting him for 4. So let's hit him for 4. Because we're not going to get an extra turn out of that 1 defense. So we'll strike him for 1. But we have 3 strength. We do 4 damage. He's at 32. Okay. It's looking like a maybe. Okay. He hits us for 4. We block it all. He hits us, for 5 rather. Because he has 1 strength. And then he hits us for 5 again. We block 1 and take 4. We literally have 1 HP. Now, The good news is his next turn, the whole turn he spends playing or gaining strength. So we have essentially, we can use our self-forming clay now. If that gives us 3 armor, that probably doesn't matter. He's going to hit us for 12 next time. We're dead. We have this turn and next turn to kill him. So let's see what we can do. We just have to average out to 16 damage per turn. I mean, we might get that heavy blade again, and we still have demon form. So by the time we get, not this round, but the next one, we'll have +5 on each of our attacks, which is like, you know, we could kill them with strikes at that point. If we get them into our hand, because defense isn't going to do it. This would be a great time to have that potion we were $1 short of buying. That would reduce all of our damage to 1. That would be cool. I would pay for that right now. All right. We're clumsy. That sucks. That was at the bottom of our deck. We got 2 heavy blades. Oh, you know what? We played anger, but we didn't put it on our draw pile before. We made a mistake. Too late to do anything about that now. And we have 2 heavy blades, but we actually can't play them both because we don't have enough energy, of course. Unless, perhaps, do we roll really well? We rolled a 5. We did roll. No. Yes, we did. Okay, so the Gremlin Horn gives us 1 additional energy. We also gain a block, which doesn't matter. And we gain 3 more block, which also doesn't matter. But we did, importantly, we gained that 1 energy. So, we can play both of our heavy strikes. Okay? We have 4 strength. So each heavy strike is 15 damage. We can do 30 damage. We can kill him. We can kill him this turn. So we play our heavy blade for 2. We have 4 strength. It adds 3 plus 3 for every strength. So that's 15. We play our other one for 2. That's also 15. That's 30 damage. He's at 32. And then we play our anger for 5 because it costs 0 and he's dead. I'm not proud of how that went, but it worked, damn it. Woohoo, congrats. Thank you. Thank you. All right. That was spicy. That was close. Next time I say, hey, we should take that elite fight because we're going to heal 1 HP after it, remind me I'm an idiot. All right. So what do we get? We get $3. That's the $3, not quite the $5 that we didn't get from taking that curse. If we had taken that curse, we would have died on this fight. I'm certain of it. Okay, so we get $3. We gain a boss relic. So we get to flip out 3 boss relics and take a look. Okay. It's so tempting. Did somebody say more curses? Okay. So let's talk about this. Let's talk about this. The wrist blade is useless. We don't have a lot of 0 cost attacks, right? That's a tragic waste. There's simply no way that we can do the wrist blade, right? We can gain 1 additional energy every turn. That is super useful. Like, you know, 30% more energy is so good. There's so often when we want to play 1 additional card and we can't because we're 1 energy short. But 2 more curses, like, come on. Now, like, we have a fat deck here. 2 curses isn't that many, but like, that has the potential of we have a bad draw and we get like 3 curses and we just like get 1 tapped or something, which is going to feel really bad. You know what you can use? They're the key to victory. But listen, this one's ridiculously good for us too. The biggest problem we've been having, or like if we had if we had this, we would have been coming into this boss fight with full health. That means because of our passive healing 1 HP at the end of combat, we'd heal 3 every combat. That gives us a lot of latitude to take more combats. I don't know if we actually want to do that though. Right? Do we want to fight more? We don't really need to add stuff to our deck anymore. You know? I'm not sure. Fuck it. We've done the curses. Let's just do the stupid curses. Let's just do it. It's worked so far. We're going to take the stupid cursed key. And we're going to gain 2 curses. And then we get an extra energy at the start of every turn. Alkali gives good advice. So we got another injury, and we got a decay. Unplayable. End of your turn. If this card is in your hand, take a damage. That's a yucky curse. 1 damage is a lot in this game, you know? So decay, kind of bad. But hopefully we'll offset that with a little bit of extra energy. Whew. Okay, I guess we'll see. Now, we do also gain a rare card. So we can bludgeon, exhume, put a card from your exhaust pile into your hand. Ooh, I could exhaust. I could, get the I could get the curse back. Or we can berserk. Whenever you exhaust a card, deal 1 damage. Useless. Not that useful because it's expensive. Do we have anything that we're going to exhaust that we're going to want to get back? We can't, what can we get back that we would exhaust? I don't think, there's much, Means we can get back whatever we exhaust with set. We don't have a very exhaust heavy deck, Yeah, this is, we could get back our Impervious. We would have to have played our Impervious and get this later, and that's basically the only card we could get back. Let's just hope we can bludgeon someone. 7 damage is a lot. That 6 block card could be, yeah, I mean, it is good to get back, but I have to get it out of my deck and then, exhume it. That feels unlikely. So we're gonna stick to what we know. We take curses and we take attacks. And we're gonna bludgeon people right in the face with extra strength from demon form. What could go wrong? All right. So we need the Act 3 board, or well, it's the other side of this one. All right. I'm going to be honest, this is a lot further than I expected to make in this first run. I thought we would die in Act 1. We'd make some stupid mistake and just die, I did not anticipate this. I wasn't prepared for Act 3. I'm still not. All right. Hey, it's the merchant. Hey, all the rest things are early. That's cool. All right. Oh, hey, Shirley. Shirley I do this again, where I rest, do the elite fight, rest, and then the boss. What could go wrong, right? What could go wrong? Nothing. Wild. Okay, so we are down here. We got to pick a boss. Let's take a look at what bosses are available. We got the Awakened one, who I don't care for in the game, in the main game, because you kill him and then you have to kill him again. Listen, camera, don't do that to me. He also looks weird, weirdly uncomfortable. The Time Eater, who I think is the easiest boss, the easiest Act 3 boss. And this dude, but that dude comes with a friend as well. So this is the fight that I like the least, actually. Anyways, we're gonna give these a little shuffle and see what we get. You love Deku and Donu. Well, we've been randomizing it every time, and I hate that fight. I think that's like one of the harder ones in my opinion. I don't know. The time guy, I feel like, is always trivial. All right, what do we get? Oh, I shouldn't look. Guess what one it is. You know what one it is. You know exactly what one it is. Here I've been complaining. It's happened every time. I was like, I don't want to fight the champ. Look what we got. I didn't want to fight the stupid gremlin knob elite in round 1, act 1. Found him. I didn't want to fight this donut bastard, and here he is. Shit. All right. Okay. I guess I deserve it. I don't know why, but I'm sure there's a reason. You love them. The good news is we probably won't make it to them, Alkali. I'll die too fast. Okay, and then I'll need the Act 3 cards here as well. All right. I'm actually going to take a quick break. I got to refresh my coffee here, and I'm going to take a quick break and then finish doing the Act 3 setup, and we will go through the rest of this. So far, this is feeling like a really good first run. I don't know that I would say I'm happy with my deck, but I feel like that's a consistent experience I have in Slay the Spire, where I'm like, yeah, maybe I'll try this build or whatever. And then, you know, I get halfway through my run and I'm like, what the hell was I even thinking? This is stupid. This isn't what I wanted to do at all. And I feel like I'm basically at that point, which just further makes me feel like what a good adaptation of the video game, because I had that realization about the relic I could have used to save me like the 5 damage or whatever, in the same way as I'll have that realization when I play a card and in the video game, and like it's a misplay and I know as soon as I select it, and it's like, no. Yeah, anyway, really great adaptation so far. Loving this game. But I am going to take a 5-minute break. So I will be right back, and we'll catch you back here for Act 3. All right, friends, we are back. So we're gonna do some more Slay the Spire here. Made it through Act 2. Surprising myself, and definitely everybody else. If you've been here on stream before, I have a reputation for kind of running it down and just dying. and failing horribly. So the fact that we've made it this far, I find very surprising. Now, that last fight was maybe a little close, just a hair. So we're gonna have to be a little bit more careful this next run, make better choices. But the good news is we've seeded our deck with many, many curses. So what could go wrong? What could go wrong? All right, so we've got I need to grab these Act 3 cards. Get them set up. Then we can continue. Curses are the most powerful cards in the game. So it's good that you have a lot. Exactly. That's what we're going for here. That's the plan, right? That's the plan. We're not going to shuffle the summons. I'm really tempted every time, but we're not going to do it. All right. So we're at the start of Act 3. We know we're fighting my least favorite boss because, like, why would anything other than that happen? And let's get into it. So I think, look, my deck of cards is now like thicker than almost any other deck on the table, other than the quite immense deck of status cards. And I guess, strictly speaking, my like reward card deck is still more than this, but we're definitely not playing with a like thin like 12 card deck or something here. That didn't happen. But we can go shopping. Let's take a look at the map here. We are, as per usual, going to start with a normal encounter and then choose a path. But I feel like we owe it to ourselves to go shopping. I don't know if we owe it to ourselves to fight this elite, but maybe. I don't know. Probably we come this way, go shopping, and then we have some choices we can make. We could fight the elite or not. Because there's a campfire right there, you know? But there's also one over here, followed by more elites. So I don't know. I don't know how this one's going to go. But let's start it off with a normal encounter anyway. Quantity over quality. That is definitely what they say, Alkali. You're absolutely right. Have lots of crappy cards in our deck. What could go wrong? Okay, so we got a Jawworm. But our Jawworm comes with friends. 2 other Jawworms. There's only 2. I saw the dagger in there, which reminded me, you know, the one, I don't remember what her name is, but the one elite that I like the least in the game is the one that's like wearing like a Snecko head, I swear, and she summons daggers. Don't love that one. That's in Act 3. I don't want that. I don't want anything to do with that. All right, we're going to start with 4 energy because we're cool and have lots of curses. We also start with 2 armor for the first round of combat here, and we are full health. We're at 10 HP. It's glorious. We could be healing 3 HP after every combat, but screw that. We got curses and energy. So, let's go. See what we get. We found our injury and our deflect, which may or may not be useful. We got a worthless hand. Whirlwind is pretty good because this is there's 3 of them to fight here. But let's see what we roll. We rolled a 6. Okay, so we can choose one thing to do. Right? Any one relic die ability. So A 6 means that they're gaining a bunch of armor. This guy's going to attack us for 4. This guy's going to attack us for 3. And this guy's going to gain 3 armor and gain a strength. So we're getting attacked for 7. Which kind of feels a little yucky. Now, if we look at our hand, we can gain 1, 2, 3 armor from it. That would put us at 5. Okay? I mean, we could just play our hand as is. We're just going to use our tungsten rod. We gain 3 armor. This is going to make us take no damage. So, we are going to, well, play out these cards. We got a defend, and a deflect. That gets us. Actually, wait. Hold on 1 second here. Before we do that, these guys have no armor and 10 HP. If we use our Akabeko, does that apply to every bit of our... does that apply to... I think that applies to all of our whirlwind strikes, right? That's how it would work in the video game. So we would have 2 damage, and we could, with 4 energy, we could just hit them for 2 5 times. They would just die. We'd win. Like, we would do 10 damage to each of them, and this combat's over. Why wouldn't we just do that? Let's just do that. It does indeed apply to every hit. Okay, cool. So, perfect. You auto win. Yeah, exactly. So, we Akabeko. We actually get, we get 5 whirlwind, right? Because we get X plus 1. And we hit them for whatever. This combat's over. We're done here. Alright, whirlwind was really nice. See you later, jawworms. You guys suck. I don't like you. I never did. Are these in alphabetical order? No, that would be too handy. Oh my god, are there ever a lot of daggers? I wish I hadn't seen that. Okay, we get $2 and a card. Let's take our $2. What's our card reward look like? True Grit, the least good card in existence. Inflame, which is actually good, and Spot Weakness, which is good, but only it's like Inflame. It's half as expensive as Inflame, but it's half as likely to be useful. Do we bother taking a card? Sure. Let's just do it. Let's just do it. We've gone with the fat curse-laden deck so far. Let's just go for it. Inflame Plus still only gives us 1 strength, but it costs half as much. And Spot Weakness, when upgraded, is slightly more likely to be effective, but forget it. Spot Weakness is a lot better in the video game. We're just gonna take Inflame, put it in our deck, not think twice about it. I keep forgetting about this Akabeko thing. So it had occurred to me that we could whirlwind, but I was like, well, we'll do 5 damage and like whatever, you know? But I keep forgetting about it. So yes, I do remember, and whoops. All right, so we're gonna go up here, up to the question mark, and we'll see. We're probably going shopping after this, right? Oh, falling, my least favorite experience in the other one. As you hop from one floating shape to another, you slip. You begin to fall. Land. Shuffle your deck, then reveal the top 3 cards from your deck. Remove 1 from your deck, then reshuffle it. Okay, that's actually okay. This isn't the one I thought of. I was thinking of the one that, I mean, maybe this is just different, but you get 3 choices. I mean, I guess functionally it's the same. It's just narratively different because you always lose 1 card. You pick a card to lose. It is the same. Usually it's like, you know, cards I don't want to lose. But maybe we can just get rid of a strike or something otherwise, perhaps a curse that we don't want to have in our hand. Winding Halls is the colorless unlock pack, if you recall. Okay, let's see what we get. Curse, curse, curse. Top deck a curse. This is the time. Inflame, cleave, and strike. Okay, well, we're getting rid of a strike. Not quite what we wanted to get rid of, but probably what we deserved. All right. It is time to go shopping. It's that time of the game. Let's put out some relics here. What do we got? We got old coin. Gain 10 bucks, then discard this. If this appears at the merchant, discard it and then draw again. Well, that sucks. War paint. Upgrade a starter. Defend. Starter, defend, and another skill, then discard this. Can't be used in combat. Okay. Once per combat, scry 3. Scrying is pretty useful. I mean, that could really, that could help us out before like a pommel strike or something like that, potentially. Ice cream. Start a turn. Gain your leftover energy from last turn. Max energy is 6. That's kind of neat. The flex potion, gain a strength and lose that strength at the end of the turn. So the flex potion essentially is the same as our Akabeko, but we can only use it once, obviously. Yeah, I don't know. Upgrade a starter, defend, and another skill. That sounds pretty cool. But the first thing we're going to do is remove a curse. Right? So what's the most annoying curse? It was the decay. Goodbye, decay. You're out of here. We'll pay $3. We'll be really happy about it. Okay. So I would like to visit the shop again. There's another shop on the board that we can get to. And then we can remove another curse, potentially. So we don't have to go ham spending all of our money, because we'll have another opportunity to do it. But I guess we got to flip out cards too. Flex, headbutt, seeing red. Flex is the classic, use that with, like, it's great for adding strength and then doing that big whirlwind or whatever, right? Seeing red gives us a little bit of extra energy one time. I don't know what we would do here. I think we're gonna buy this flex card because we're just going with the thick, fat deck. It's $2. I like flex. It's often useful, and also it's free, right? So usually we have enough attacks in our deck that it almost always leads to decent results. We're not going to buy these other two. We're just going to pretend they don't exist. And then the question is, do we think these are spicy enough, good enough to buy, or do we wait and get something else later? Upgrade a starter, defend. I mean, upgrading it makes it actually useful. And then another skill. So we get 2 upgrades out of that. What else could we upgrade? I mean, like, we have lots of... How did we end up with a spot weakness? Did I mess that up? I don't feel like we had a spot weakness, did we? Did I get it at some other point? I don't think I did. Where the hell did that come from? That feels wrong. And a true grit. I put them in the wrong place. That's why. Idiot. Okay. I mean, I could upgrade Impervious so that it's like super duper. Or I could upgrade my Flex. What's the upgraded Flex do? It's 2 strength, maybe? It doesn't get exhausted. Okay, well, that's not very useful. Our deck's fat. Ice cream also is potentially gain your leftover energy from last turn. If we have a total dud hand, then we can save energy for the next one, or we could use that with some synergy with our runic pyramid to like save a heavy blade or something and 1 energy with the expectation that we play it next turn. Maybe let's just buy the ice cream and then we'll call it quits. We'll have enough left over to get we can still remove a card at least next time. So we'll pay 7. We'll buy this ice cream. Gosh, if there is a limit on these things, relics, I hope there isn't, because I've probably cheated and exceeded it. Okay, we got rid of these cards that I wasn't supposed to put in my deck. And I think that was a pretty good shop overall. So, what's next on our little list here? We want to make it to this other shop. So we're either going for the elite and then resting and heading that way, or we're doing 2 normal combats and a little event thing instead. I mean, do we really need another relic? We have a lot of relics. I feel like I'm scared of the elite combat. Let's wimp out. Let's wimp out. Let's go here. Okay, so we're gonna see what we get. Secret portal. 1 choice for the party. Either enter the portal, immediately move to any room, ignoring paths you can't move backwards. I mean, I guess if I have to. This basically, like, okay, sure, let's do it. Let's enter the secret portal, friends. So, we can immediately go to any room. I think our best bet here, I think in the video game it just ports you to the boss. But we could just go to this rest stop. We're full. We could upgrade a card, do a normal fight, purchase, and then probably upgrade another card again. That's pretty spicy. I think I like that. So let's go here. And let's, or elite, or not the elite, you know? That's an option too. So what card do we want to upgrade? Is the upgraded heavy flame or heavy blade 5 per strength? Let's just upgrade 1 of our heavy blades. We've been using them really effectively. Let's just do that. I'm not going to think about it too much more. I could upgrade in flame or something like that, but forget it. And then we're going to go to a normal encounter. What do we get? Disappointing, I know. Exploder. Okay, so this guy's got 8 HP. He summons a repulsor and a spiker. And there is another spiker. Thought there was another one. There's only 1 repulsor though. Okay. So he brings some friends and he dies and does 10 damage to us if on the 3rd turn. So we probably really don't want that to happen, because that would be bad. Usually the exploders are not too bad in the video game. It's rare that you can't kill them. The spikers are typically annoying because they have thorns. After you play an attack against it, take 1 damage per cube, and at the start of combat, add a cube. Okay, so he basically has thorns, just like in the other game. And this guy just dazes us a bunch, which makes like our next turn really crap. 2. So like we draw 2 out of 5 as absolutely worthless cards. Okay, so he's going to attack us for 3, do nothing, and then explode. We got 3 rounds to kill him. Let's see how this goes. Akabeko Whirlwind is still a win if you draw it. Thorns doesn't take effect until after combat is over. All right, let's see what we get. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Hey, we did get the whirlwind. And not only that, but we can just deflect so we feel good. We have 3 armor. I don't even have to consider what the thorns would do. And it is exactly right. We use our Akabeko. We gain 1 strength. We do 10 damage to everybody. And I feel like we've cheesed that so hard now. Twice. But whatever. I will continue to cheese away. Cheese away. I like it. That's the last fight we have to do. But it does mean it means we're at full health, and we definitely can upgrade another card. Now we gain 1 buck. Not that that's going to be very valuable. Maybe we can purchase a potion or something with it. I don't know. And then we can potentially get a card, but I think unless we get the golden ticket in here, we're probably not doing it. Carnage, Ethereal, 4 damage. No, we're just not doing it. It's going to be the one and only time we don't add a card to our deck. All right, see you later, Exploder. Let's go shopping. We're cruising through Act 3 because of that secret portal. Best thing that's ever happened to us. And really our goal here is more likely to remove a card than anything else. But let's take a look-see. When you play a power, gain a block. End of your turn, 1 block if you don't have any block. This is a nice thing to have a long time ago. 1 block isn't going to save us from much of anything at the end of a turn. Why am I flipping out boss relics? That's not the right move. Just put those back. Potions, rather. I'd love to buy a boss relic. That'd be cool. Okay, so we got the ink bottle. On 5 and 6, we draw a card. I don't think we need that desperately. You know, Orichalcum, whatever. Chalcum, I don't know. None of those are good enough that it makes it worth it. We're basically exactly where we thought we were going to be. We're going to spend 3. This camera really wants to come up. It's on a timer, but it really wants to come up every time I'm trying to show these cards. We're going to remove a card from our deck. And we're going to remove another curse. So what's the worst curse we got in here? I think we just have 2 injuries now, and that's it. We got an injury. And we got clumsy, which is not bad at all, and another injury. We got 3 curses in here still. So we're going to get rid of an injury. Clumsy's the least bad curse available. And we got $2 left. We're going to buy this attack potion. The next attack you play is played twice. That is like potentially a absolutely clutch card for us. So we're just going to add it to this huge long list of things. We have now $0. Those are boss relics. Yeah, totally. Whoops. I just grabbed the nearest pile by mistake. And we're going to go rest. We can upgrade 1 more card. We're at full HP. We don't need to do anything else. So, let's upgrade our other heavy blade. We want to get into this boss. We want to somehow, like, here's the plan. Top deck, demon form, win with heavy blades. What could go wrong? What could go wrong? It's going to work out. It's going to be fine. Life's good. All right, let's take a look at this boss. Donu and Deku or whatever. Or Deka. Start of combat. We summon Deka. And these guys do an annoying dance. I love their little dance that they do. I don't love fighting them. Okay? So they're going to start with 50 HP each. It's nice that they gave us like a separate little tracker for Deka. And basically their shtick is that they gain a bunch of strength until you lose, right? Yeah, and they kind of alternate where it's one of them's attacking and one of them's buffing every time. So basically, this is going to be a hard one for us. This is my least favorite fight in the game, I think. Oh well, what are you going to do? What will Dono do for you? Oh, Alkali, enjoy. Like, what a climactic time to leave. Dono is gonna punch me in the face. Donu, whatever. He looks like an adorable donut. I just want to eat him. Or just but he's just gonna kill me instead. And yes, it would have been really nice if I had ever chosen to take weak cards, but I didn't. So whatever. I made my own bed. We're gonna live with it. We're gonna draw our 5 cards here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We have the joy of starting with 4 energy. And we can roll this die. We got a 2. 2 is good for us. We gain 2 energy. We're at 6. Leftover energy because of our ice cream we get to keep. So if we have a crappy draw, it's okay. We get to deal 1 damage to each of these guys with our gremlin, or not our gremlin horn, our Mercury Hourglass. They're both at 49. Haha. And I think that's it. All right. So let's take a look. What did we get? Did we top deck Demon Form? No, we top decked 2 curses. All right, we're gonna have some leftover. Energy, I think. Just the way it goes. And I think the only way we have any chance of surviving this is if we eliminate Donu first, because he constantly gives them extra strength, and they'll just overrun us for sure. They both have the same attack, but this one, the Deca, is much more tolerable, I guess. So this isn't what we wanted to see. The good news is we did get Inflame, okay? So we can play our Inflame. When played, gain a strength, okay? That's a power card, I guess. So we gain 1 strength. And we can play our that costs us 2. We can play our Defend. That gets us 1 block. That will block 1 attack, but not the second one, sadly. And these are worthless, but we can bash. We can bash and be set up for next time. Now, we could bash twice and apply 2 vulnerable, but I don't think that's worth it because it's too speculative. So we're just going to bash him. So it costs us 1 for our defend, 2 for our bash. We have 1 leftover energy. This guy's down to 37 and has a vulnerable. And then we get kicked in the teeth. So we got 2 curses in hand that we can't use. That sucks. Or 1's ethereal, so it's gone. Clumsy's out. So that's at least good. But our plan to top deck Demon Form, sadly, I didn't have it in me. Now the good news is we get attacked. I guess I should put this out. We're 3 and 3, and then they buff. So 3 and 3 means we block the first 3, and then we take 3 damage. And then this guy gives 1 strength to both of them. So he's going to attack us for 4 and 4. And basically it's like, literally we can survive a couple rounds of this and then we're dead. So we got to find a way to make this happen. All right. We did not find our demon form, but we gain 4 energy and we keep our 1. So we're at 5 energy and we get to roll. We got a 4. Whoops. 4 lets us draw an extra card. That's good. Found Impervious, that's real good. And it lets us deal 4 damage, which we're going to put right on the face of that Donu. I don't know if that... I'm going to assume that that doesn't use the vulnerable and do double, but actually, I don't know. Probably it would. Deal 2 damage on each attack in the next attack. I don't know. Unsure. I don't know. I'm going to assume it just does the base value. Okay, so we also gain an armor. 1 armor from our loaded die. So 1 armor, 4 damage, and draw a card, which we've done. So we've got 5 energy, which is pretty good. And we got our Impervious, which we're going to take 8 damage to the face this turn. We currently have 1 block. So if we use our Impervious, we would block almost all of that. And that's the only block we've got in our hand. So our other option is to Pommel Strike and hope that we get something else. But I think we're going to play Impervious. So we exhaust this guy. It's out. We don't ever get it again. But we're now at 7 block. Okay. We spend 2 energy for that. And then I'm trying to decide, well, we can't, I guess we can't Rupture and Bludgeon. We have to Bludgeon. Bludgeon is 8 damage and he's vulnerable. So Bludgeoning is going to do 16 damage to this guy. He's at 33, not 43. No, he is at 43. They started at 50. Damn. Man, these guys are healthy. I don't like that. But yeah, I think we just Bludgeon. We Bludgeon for 3. That's the rest of our energy. And we hit him for 8 because we have 1 strength. Twice. So because he's vulnerable. We do double. So we hit him for 16. It goes from 43 to 27. It's viable that maybe we can kill him at some point, perhaps. And then we have no energy, so we can't play any of our remaining cards. You slaying the Spire. Well, we're on the Act 3 boss. It's our first run. So we've done a lot better than I expected. I expected to die pretty much immediately. This is my least favorite boss fight from the video game. And I'm expecting to lose, but we'll see. We'll see. Haven't lost yet. Relics are not an attack. It wouldn't double. Cool. So I was right about that. Nice. And it was way better to double our Bludgeon anyway. Okay, so these guys, we get to add one of these Dazed cards right onto the top of our draw pile. Love that for us. And then we get actually, I think, one of these. We get like Slimed or whatever. Yeah. This just fills our deck with bullcrap. So we have to pay an energy in order to exhaust it. Otherwise it just takes up space in our hand. But that's overall not too bad. And then this guy's going to attack us for 4 and 4 because he's got 1 strength. The first 4 we're going to block. And then the next 4 we'll block 3 of. We will take 1 damage. And we're dangerously close to that spot where we are going to get our butts kicked. So we're going to get attacked for 8 again next round here. Which is just... that hurts, man. I haven't played this or the video game. Oh, okay. So, Slay the Spire is this... the board game is a very good adaptation of the video game. But in short, it's a deck building game where we're going to have a bunch of combats. We kind of working up the way up a spire, a tower. Imagine that. And there's multiple floors, and there's a boss at the end of every floor. We're at Act 3. We're at the end boss kind of... there's things we have to unlock. Right now, this is as far as we can get into the game. This is like the last fight of the game. And it's a roguelite game, which basically means that we do a lot of combat, and either we win and continue, or we die and we lose and we start over. You get one chance, and that's it. So, all right. So, let's take a look here. We're going to have 4 energy for this round. I found, like, we don't have any block here other than our 1 defend, which hurts. And we really want to get rid of this guy soon. But he currently has 27 health. We are not doing 27 health to him, like, in any way, shape, or form. We have Heavy Blade here, which is upgraded. That does 8 damage. We could use our attack potion to play it twice. It would do 16. It still means he has 11 more health, and we are not finding a way to put up 11 additional health worth of damage. So, we're going to have to suffer this. In general, the cards and rules are written pretty clearly, like that vulnerable says the double the next attack. Yeah, I noticed the damage versus attack distinction. I agree. Okay, so we basically have to use Demon Form. We wanted Demon Form earlier, but we're not making it through this combat, unless, like this fight, unless we play it. It's like we built our deck around getting this. So we're paying 2. Why am I putting that down there? We're paying 2 to gain Demon Form. That means that the start of every turn, we're going to gain 1 strength. Strength increases the damage of all of our other attacks. Now, it is very tempting to use this Heavy Blade. But if we do, we lose. Oh, hey, you know what? We didn't roll the die. We didn't roll the die for this round. My mistake. I should do that first. We rolled the 3. The only thing that's useless? We rolled the only useless thing. It made no difference. Okay, so our options are to play the Heavy Blade and Anger, potentially using our attack potion. Now, the attack potion, the Heavy Blade will be better later because we'll gain more strength later. So I think we shouldn't do that. Alternatively, we just play Anger and defend and use our self-forming clay, and we suffer a little bit less, basically. We live to to see another day. We can't kill this guy this turn. We haven't even tried to kill this guy because, well, that's a problem for later, basically. So let's play our defend. We gain 1 block. Woo. And then let's play our Anger. So that costs us 0 and does 2 damage, but it goes back on top of our draw pile. And then I think because we're really nervous about this guy, and I don't know what we're going to get next turn, I think we're going to use our Runic Pyramid here. This lets us retain any number of cards. We're going to retain our Heavy Blade. So that means we get to keep it in our hand, and we'll have it for sure next turn. We also get our extra energy. So we'll be at 6 energy. We'll have this. We'll gain an additional strength, and that means if we use our attack potion, basically we get an extra 10 damage out of this thing. So we can probably get rid of this guy next turn. We'll try. This is ethereal. That means it gets exhausted at the end of the turn. So it goes away. We're going to retain this and suffer the consequences here. So these guys have 1 strength. They do 4 damage and then 4 damage. Oh, I meant to use my self-forming clay. So we have 4 block. So we are going to take 4 block worth of damage. For 4 damage, use up our block. And then we're going to take 4 damage again. And we have 2 HP. 2 HP. And then our friend Donu here, the donut of annoyance, is going to buff them. So now they're going to do 5 damage twice each time, every other round. And so basically they're going to hit us for 10. And we can't really tolerate very many of those. Probably a number that rhymes with hero, I think. So I think that was an okay round, but you know, it'd be swell if we rolled and didn't roll a 3 again. You know, got some armor or otherwise something useful. Okay, maybe we use our Akabeko. We can definitely put this guy down next turn, I think. I don't even know if we need the Akabeko. We'll see. So, We draw Anger. We draw 5 cards. We got Whirlwind. That's kind of interesting. Strike. Strike, strike, cleave, Whirlwind, Anger. Not the greatest draw ever, but actually pretty practical because we're going to try and end this guy, and if he dies, well, then he doesn't attack us, and this guy's not attacking us anyway. So, overall, pretty good. Our demon form gives us 1 additional strength. And now let's think about this and how we can make this work. We have 6 energy. We gained 4, and we got to hold over our 2 from last time with our ice cream. So we have 6. If we played our Whirlwind as is, Whirlwind is going to attack 7 times. Okay? 7 times for 3 damage. That's 21. If we used our Akabeko, we would do 7 times for 4 damage. We'd do 28 damage to both of them. This guy would die, right? He's at 25. And then 28 damage means we halfway kill our friend over here. Also, I should be rolling the die first before we figure any of this out. I rolled a 3 again. Once again, it doesn't matter. That's the only number where we don't get anything. We have this huge array of relics. None of them have a 3. All right, so option 1 is we do the classic Akabeko Whirlwind. I feel like it's very hard to imagine a world where that's not our move. Okay? The other option we have is we can Heavy Blade. Because I did hold this over on purpose, right? This only costs us 2 energy. What's it going to do? It's going to do 13 damage. That's not worth it. Let's think this out. So, my strength give me +5. This would be 13. I have an attack potion. I could use this, and for 2 energy, I could kill this guy. I would have done no damage to this guy, though. But can I do more than the Whirlwind would consume my entire turn, right? So can I do more than 25 damage a different way, I guess is the question. And I think the answer is probably no. It's probably not even close, right? I would have 5 energy, and I could do 4, 7, 10. Yeah. My best play is simply to Whirlwind. So let's do it. Let's do the classic. This has gotten us this far. It's carried us through the game. We're doing the Akabeko Whirlwind. So this gives us a one-time temporary boost of 1 strength. So we have 1, 2, 3 strength. That means this does 4 damage 7 times for a total of 28 damage to everyone. Okay? This guy's dead. See you later. We don't have to worry about your damage because you are dead. Dono, I don't like you. You're gone. Hate this boss. And this guy is at 49 and he's going to take 28. So he's at 21, which is actually like plausible for us to kill, you know. Now, we can still use our anger because it costs 0 energy. So let's do that. We don't get the bonus of our Akabono or whatever, but we do get 3 damage. So he's down from 21, he's down to 18. And we get to put this on top of our draw pile. And then none of our other stuff we can use. This is all... I regret wasting my relic. Oh well, what are you going to do? This all goes away. Attack potion plus whirlwind. Oh! I could have attack potioned my whirlwind as well? I didn't even think of that. Okay, so let's forget I hadn't forgotten that inside from attack potioning my stupid heavy blade, I could attack potion my whirlwind, of course, because then I did my 28, you know, and instead I would have done the... Do I do the 28? Does this apply for both? For both? No, this only applies for the first one. So I would do 28, but then it's as though I played the Whirlwind with 7 again. So I would do another 21. And then this guy's dead. We just win. We just cheesed everything with Whirlwind... the Whirlwind Akabeko, like period. We just we cheesed every fight with it. Like there wasn't a single fight since we picked that up and kind of like I actually remembered that this card existed. I've used it every single time it's ended up in my hand, and almost every time it's just like eliminated everyone. So playing copies on page 19 if you want to read about it. You know what? I am going to read about it. It helps when somebody who actually knows what they're doing is in chat. Each copy can have different targets and is affected separately by vulnerable, weak, and single-use bonuses. So it wouldn't gain the bonus of the Aka whatever, because this is only on one attack, right? Very specifically. But it does get the same X value that we used. So we got to do a attack for 28 and then an attack for 21. And then we used our our anger that we had to kind of finish it off. And we won the most annoying boss fight that exists in this game, in my opinion. And I gotta say, I am extremely surprised that on our first play, we made it through. Despite, listen, I was almost aggressively, I feel like I was playing this like egregiously badly. We took cards every time. We took a ton of curses. We only took attacks like bludgeon and stuff like that. I feel like we didn't have a very, there was no elegance to our deck in any way whatsoever. And yet here we are, we made it through. So that's pretty cool. Came back just in time for you to win, it's true. Now start unlocking Ascensions. The challenge is just beginning. Totally, I have played Ascension modes in the digital game. So basically, there's a bunch of things to unlock, and I have to actually kind of figure out how that works, because I will say, the list of misgivings about this game is short, but I really dislike when achievements and things like that are printed in rule books. Like, just give me a separate sheet. Come on, I'm not going to mark up the rule book with the one time, like, I don't know. I'm going to keep Slay the Spire, I'm going to play it, and eventually I'm going to sell it. And just for that purpose, I'm never going to put anything in here, you know? But there are a bunch of achievements that we can do. I don't know if this will work on the card cam here. But basically, I think we get to unlock, we get to, you know, check off 2 of these every time we play. Whoa! Doesn't help if I bump the thing. So we were playing as the Ironclad, so we would unlock the kind of level 1 unlock, and then we'd get towards the level 2, you know? The app will let you mark achievements, but it's not out yet. Yeah, on iOS. I looked at it. I looked this morning, and it didn't say that it was available on Android. I'm a dirty Android user, and I didn't see it on there. But maybe I'll really quickly double check, because if it's there, I mean, I looked on the website. I didn't actually go into the Play Store and look for it. So there's Slay the Spire, the game, but not the the companion app. So may I remind you, Alkali's advice is awesome. Okay, listen, I blindly listen. You know what? Maybe I just am really bad at assessing the kind of opportunity cost of various cards here, and actually you gave me extremely pertinent advice, and that's why we won so like cleanly. You know, first play, made it through Act 3. I found the elite that I didn't want to fight in Act 1. We found the boss I didn't want to fight in Act 2, and we found the boss that I didn't want to fight in Act 3, and we beat them anyway. So, I don't know. If I'm honest, I think we got saved by that portal. Finding that portal was like a huge boon for us. And this was the cheesiest damn thing ever. The whirlwind Akabeko. I don't know what this is supposed to be. Like, not a term I'm familiar with. I don't recognize what that is. But that one extra strength, man, oh man, was that useful. So. All right. Well, that was fun. I don't think I'm gonna do another run. I will say, okay. So let's wrap up here. Let's usually on stream here, we play solo Sundays. We do a new game. I give it a try. Sometimes I'll play it again. Sometimes not. But probably not for this one. That took a while. It took a while. I mean, usually it's first plays. It usually takes extra time. I was surprised, I'll say, when I was reading the rules, it says, oh, you know, each act you should expect to take 60 to 90 minutes. Because, like, that's significantly longer than a run in the digital game, right? Which isn't surprising, but I guess I was surprised by, like, it seemed like wow, that's that's a lot, you know? To sit here and do a actual full run through, like if you were playing this with multiple players and doing all of the like, you know, each act would take, you know, whatever, several hours, right? Especially for a first play. And I was a little bit surprised by that, but I think that it was a pretty accurate assessment. And despite me having to look up a couple rules and stuff, you know, it was pretty accurate. And overall, this is Slay the Spire is a astoundingly good roguelite like video game, and this is a really faithful adaptation of that game as a board game. I had a ton of fun with this. I think that, you know, the systems feel familiar, and the way that they handled things like vulnerable and that sort of thing is just like, it's clever. I think it works. There's a lot there. It's not that the digital game is complicated or anything, but there's enough there that it might be difficult. Like, normally you get a 50% buff with vulnerable, and it lasts per round. Like, the number of vulnerable you apply is how many rounds it will last, right? And the way that's simplified, it just does double for your next hit. Super clean and easy, way easier to figure out what that means. There's no rounding errors or anything, you know? And I think overall, it really just feels like a really faithful adaptation. It was fun, you know? I think my one challenge with it is the same thing. It's not quite as bad, but it feels sort of similar rather, to the challenge I had with Frostpunk. So Frostpunk is another video game that I adore. I love Frostpunk. I can't think of a game, like, there's nothing in recent memory that has come out where I've sat there and like played through it in like long sessions like I did that. I just grinded that game out. It was astounding. Like, it was so good. And the board game adaptation came out, and I got that as well. And I was pleasantly surprised that it is an extremely faithful adaptation as well. And then when you're playing it, I think the thing that comes to mind is, why would I play the board game instead of the video game? And I'm not sure that I have a great answer for that here as a solo player, right? In the time it took me to do this, you know, I could have done whatever, like a run to the Act 3 boss takes like 30 minutes maybe, right? So I could have gone through quite a few runs in the video game version. And I think I would have had just as much fun. It would have handled the rules for me, etc. So I think that, like, kind of, you know, killer app that it brings here, the killer feature, is the fact that you can play with more players. For Slay the Spire, the answer is multiplayer. The solo experience isn't great. Yeah, this was a fine solo experience. I wouldn't say it isn't great. I think this was good. I just think that it's like, you know, you could buy the board game and have all the overhead of setting up the cards, putting everything out, and dealing with all the rules and whatever, you know, or you could just buy the video game for like a tenth of the cost and play, you know, it'd play faster, it handles the achievement tracking for you, etc. And as a solo player, I think that's what I would do. The answer, you're totally right. That's what that was my segue. The answer here, I think, is multiplayer. Normally, Slay the Spire, you play solo as a digital game, and you can play this with multiple players. And I don't know what that experience is like. I obviously haven't tried it yet, but that's something that isn't available in Slay the Spire otherwise. With Frostpunk, it's like, this is a great adaptation. It really faithfully recreates the video game, but there's no reason to play it instead of just playing the video game. With here, I think it's yeah, you could definitely play the play with multiple players instead, and that's like an experience you can't otherwise get, right? And with mods, you can play the Slay the Spire board game solo on the video game. Shameless plug again. I will have to check that out afterwards in the workshop, because that's kind of, I'm curious about that now. But yeah, overall, I feel like I absolutely prefer the Slay the Spire video game for what it's worth. I think better comparisons are to tabletop games like Aeon's End or Marvel Champions. And compared to those, I much prefer this Slay the Spire board game. It's so streamlined and the co-op is excellent. Yeah, that's fair, right? I think that's fair. Like, compared to other deck builders, this is a deck builder that I would like to play again. Like, I will play this board game again, for sure, right? And I like the idea of whatever. It's a good game. The systems were really well put together, and even like for pretending that the video game doesn't exist, just as a system, as a like deck builder on its own, I think this is really seamless and well put together, and you know, it's captivating for the same reason that the video game is captivating. It's just a good system that's alluring and demands more play, right? And when you take some of those early risks and you fail, usually the result is, well, I should try again. I should do another run. Like, I can't say how many times I've gotten into some trap where I'm looking at my watch and it's like, shit, like I've been playing Slay the Spire a lot longer than I meant to. And I totally think that could happen here with the board game too. So I think the system's really good. I think you're probably onto something, you know? I think, like, yeah, it's a great deck builder. I look forward to trying it multiplayer. And, you know, overall, I was really happy with this. But if I was asked, board game or video game, as an unapologetic board game enthusiast, I love board games. I think they're fabulous. I think they do a ton of stuff that just isn't the same in video games. I would still say, if you want to play Slay the Spire, just buy the video game, 100%, right? Just to give you an idea of what you can do with co-op, imagine teaming up, clear Watcher's row first so she can spend the entire encounter in wrath. Yeah, and that's cool. Like, there's that is an interesting idea, that there's more kind of like, you know, strategy between players in terms of being able to you know, yeah, just like some order of operations decisions and synergies that you could find. That adds a whole new element that you wouldn't otherwise experience in the video game, that I think is kind of cool, right? I personally don't enjoy deck builders. I feel like I'm coming around to it because I've been playing Lorcana and trading card games that kind of have a deck building feel, but I feel like when it's the only mechanic in the game, I don't love it. I don't mind it in games like Dune Imperium, but I don't love Arnak. I don't know, it's hit and miss. This has been the case also for most video game to board games. Stardew Valley, for example, the board game is so different than playing the video game. It's totally not chill. Okay, honestly, like Stardew Valley, that's exactly it. Do I think that Stardew Valley is kind of a faithful recreation of the video game in terms of like mechanics and whatever? Mostly, right? Like, it's pretty close. Like, it's a decent adaptation, but it's like I played like Stardew Valley is like the chillest game around. You know, there's no stress. You can play it to relax or whatever. And I played the board game, I remember I played it with my parents, and I was so surprised because it was like, we got to do this, this, and this, or we're gonna like lose. Like it was like, mechanically it felt similar, obviously graphically, and the activities you're doing and whatever. But then the vibe was like the polar opposite. And it was weird because it's like, when I think of Stardew Valley as a game, it's like, what defines the Stardew Valley experience? The chill vibe. And that's the thing that the board game completely missed, right? So that's one where I would say like, yeah, that's not a great adaptation at all. And like, I don't want to play it. It feels wrong, you know, like it's weird, right? I feel like if you haven't played the video game, you'd be like, this isn't a good game. Yeah, totally. You got the same characters and you get the nostalgia, the action economy in the board game is like, oh my god, what the heck did you do to Grandpa? He hates you so much. It's true. It's true. Yeah. Great content. Thanks, Woggers. It was nice to see you. Yeah. So I feel like, I guess, you know, board game adaptations of video games or other IP generally is almost always like any of those other things. Like the movie version of a book is often not good, or it might be good, but often it's good for its sort of like its own reasons. And I feel like, you know, this has been like a bit of an evolution where I would say like older games that tried to use video game IP were just different games set in the same universe, and they didn't really approximate the feel very well at all. And then lately, games have been getting a lot closer with that, as I think board games have kind of evolved and whatever. But I feel like Frostpunk, it is so similar to the video game. And the video game is extremely captivating, but it doesn't have a good answer for why would I play this instead of the video game. The video game's cheaper. I don't have to set it up. You know, I can, it's easier to stop because I don't like, I'm not committed to this huge thing on a table. I don't have to know the rule set. Like, it's so much more inviting, and Frostpunk doesn't have an answer to why would you play this instead. I think Slay the Spire does. I think multiplayer. I look forward to trying it. As a solo player, I'm glad I own this. I will play it again solo, but I wouldn't buy it for solo play. I'd buy the video game instead, you know? There's been TV shows, Bridgerton, Last Kingdom, Outlander. I own at least 2 Bridgerton branded things. I have the Outlander game that I bought like literally as a joke because my wife, Lady Opcost, she quite likes the show. And I just like, I feel like you can look at that game and be like, this probably isn't very good. Like, just like literally from the box. Maybe that's unfair. I don't know. Don't judge a book by its cover. But you know what I'm saying, right? I had the Jonathan Strange and Mr. Norrell one after the TV show came out, and sure, it's based on the book, and so are all those other shows. They often use the art form from the show. Anyway, one of the worst games I've ever played in my life. So yeah, I feel like that's a thing. Like, because board games are sort of like, I don't feel like board games are mainstream, but I feel like they're sort of mainstream adjacent now. You can find like kind of hobby games in like a Walmart now. Are they like flying off the shelves? No, I don't think so. But they exist, right? And I feel like that makes it attractive to big publishers, like huge corporate interests, to be like, well, we have this established IP, and you know, it's a television show, so why don't we make, you know, a graphic novel and a board game and, you know, whatever, some like a bunch of crappy gimmicky kids toys or whatever. And like a lot of that's like that exact bottom of the barrel, low effort shit, right? That's a shame that it happens. Usually things based on IP is an immediate, this is going to be bad. And I'm really happy to say that there's notable exceptions. Slay the Spire, Frostpunk is a really good adaptation. I just wish there was a reason to play it instead of the video game. But at least it's not like a soulless like money grab, right? It's not, hey, we took the art from this, pasted it on something else, on some roll and move game that, you know, would have been bad 30 years ago and is definitely bad now, and like just are selling it, you know, because money, we like money. At least, you know, that's not the case. But I feel like, yeah, that's the obstacle that has been harder to solve, and we haven't quite got there in a lot of cases, is why play this instead of the source material, you know? Have you played the Outlander game? It looks so bad. No, I have it, and I bought it as a joke, and we actually took it on a trip. We go on a trip in the summer every year and just play a bunch of board games for a week. And I took it with us, and it was like bad enough that we never actually played it, right? So yeah, just it exists. It's waiting for some time where we've got a spare minute, but I'm terrified to try. Thanks for that follow. Hey, Polly Woggers. I'm going to take a wild guess that you're Woggers from YouTube. Thanks for that. All right. Well, I guess it's time to wrap up here. So I'm going to find a place to raid. And while I do that, I want to talk to you a little bit about upcoming things. Because I do have one in particular, big thing coming up. So this week is going to be like most. I'm going to publish our streaming schedule on the Discord probably tomorrow. If you're interested to know, jump on there. Links should be in chat. Can't have been that long since they got spammed. We're going to so Wednesdays I stream on YouTube Live with my daughter, so we're going to do another Wednesday stream. I think we're going to play Slay the Spire. She was really excited about it. Last week we played Wormspan. She's been playing the digital version of Slay the Spire a lot, and I think we might give Slay the Spire a try next week, but not for sure. We'll see. But this coming Sunday, I'll be streaming just on Twitch, no YouTube Live, and we'll be doing Tabletop After Dark. So for those of you who don't know, Tabletop After Dark is a group of content creators here on Twitch that do like a monthly stream where we just get together as a group. One of us will stream, and then we'll raid into the next one, and we just kind of get a big community together and move from stream to stream. All the various streamers have 1 or 2 hour slots where they're going to play a game. We usually have a theme. There was no April TTAD, but in March we did games designed by women was our theme. And this coming Sunday, like a week today, we're doing a fundraiser for a charity called Gamers Outreach. So we'll be trying to raise some money for Gamers Outreach. They try and support hospitals largely through gaming, right? So providing game consoles and things like that for sick kids, that sort of thing, right? So it's going to be really nice to try and do some fundraising for them. So my slot in Tabletop After Dark is at 5 to 7 Mountain Time, and I'm really excited about it, but it starts a lot earlier in the day. So definitely, check that out if you can. And overall, I think that's the big stuff that's coming up in the next little while. I'm really excited. Also, Tabletop After Dark, we're going to try something a little different. So one of my favorite games to stream is hiding under Abathur back here. It's this guy. Whoa. Iron Helm. Okay, Iron Helm, well, that won't work. Iron Helm's the game that we're going to play on stream. It is a dungeon crawl. It's not a deck builder, not like Slay the Spire here, but fundamentally it's the same kind of idea. Your goal is to survive. And it's got a really simple system, and I've done a little bit of work so that chat is actually going to make the decisions in the game. The gameplay loop revolves around kind of pick a known quantity, whether it's good or bad. You pick a known quantity, or you pick an unknown quantity that could be good or bad, but is stronger, whether it's good or bad. And we're gonna do a little thing where Twitch is gonna try and win at Iron Helm, and chat's gonna direct what we're gonna do, and I'm gonna try and just facilitate, be the automaton that runs the game, as it were. I'm really excited about that. Anyways, that said, let's find a place to raid. I didn't actually look. I got to babbling and didn't do anything in terms of finding a raid. Where are we gonna go? Time Roller's on. We often raid into Time Roller on Sundays because he's around. A little hit and miss. The board game category is a little thin, you know. So. You know, let's just raid into Time Roller. Time Roller was in here earlier. We like Time Roller, friend of the stream. We're gonna raid into Time Roller, and yeah, with that, thanks so much for being here today, guys. Why am I on this cam? Thanks so much for being here today. I had a blast playing Slay the Spire. Thanks for listening to my monologue and my irrational anger about the way that the cards flip on the short edge. I'm still a little pissed off about it, but I'll survive. And yeah, in any case, it was a blast. I really enjoyed it. We're going to raid into Time Roller. Like I said, schedule will be on the Discord. Join the Discord if you want to see what's coming up. We will be streaming on YouTube Live more Slay the Spire probably this coming Wednesday, 6 p.m. Mountain. And I will be back Sunday, this coming, like a week today, for Tabletop After Dark, where we're doing fundraising for Gamers Outreach. Really hope you can be there. No expectations or anything like that, of course, but it's always nice to support a good cause. So thanks so much for being here today, and we will see you guys next time. Whoa, wait a second. I gotta do this real quick. I didn't actually hit the button on the raid now, so I'm gonna hit that button real fast, and I'm gonna do the thing that I forgot last stream. Okay, we started doing a thing where we have a little receipt stabby thing here. My daughter calls it the receipt stabber, so I'm just calling it that now too. So we write out at the end of every stream, what game did we play? And what's our rating out of 10? Okay? And I think our raid just went through. I don't know what happened. I'm not sure if the raid went or not. I'm kind of confused. Thank you, Twitch, for messing up. I pressed the button, weird things happened. Let's see if I can figure this out. Did we already raid and I just screwed this up? Probably. Pro streamer, by the way. Yep. Alright. I missed it. Again, that's the second time in a row. Slay the Spire. 7.5 out of 10. See you guys next time.